Well, Your Excellencies, Deputy Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to see everybody here. Welcome to Lancaster House in the first of a series of meetings as we discuss the future of Somalia. It's a real pleasure to see so many representatives from Somalia and from the diaspora, and indeed other countries around the world that are here to provide their support and for us to focus on the challenges that Somalia faces. We do hope that this will be a productive two-day conference, but we're really pleased that we can kick off the events by having an open and fair discussion about the contribution that can be made from a wider scale in conjunction with the government themselves as Somalia looks to a new and exciting chapter. I'm really pleased to welcome the Deputy Prime Minister of Somalia here today to be our first keynote speaker. Sir, welcome to London. Welcome to the Somalia Conference. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. UK Minister Elwood, Special Envoy for Gender Equality, Joanna Robert, UN Deputy SRSG Peter de Klerk, Heads of States and Governments, representatives of nations and organizations. It's an honor for me to address this third event on diaspora and Somalia at London Somali Conference. Somali diaspora is one of the largest African diaspora communities in the world. Since 1991, Somali diaspora has been the lifeline for Somalis inside Somalia, sending an estimated remittance of $2 billion per year. Similarly, Somali diaspora still is investing and doing business inside Somalia and is of choice for others. In addition, Somali diaspora continuously transfer much needed knowledge and expertise to Somalia. On the other hand, Somali diaspora enormously contributed civic and political participation in Somalia. They have been one of the main driving forces steering their homeland these politics away from the monopoly of the armed groups and helping to empower the unarmed civic actors. Throughout the time, Somali diaspora respectively defended and promoted the interests of capital cities they reside, like London. Most recently, Somali diaspora have unprecedentedly endorsed and supported the new administration of Somalia led by His Excellency Mohamed Abdullahi Farmajo. Our vision is to have better and close cooperation with Somali diaspora and attract more of their investment, knowledge, and expertise to Somalia. To enable this, the federal government will facilitate and ease Somalia. The government will come up enabling mechanism that will enhance more diaspora investments and knowledge transfer to Somalia. Also, the government will encourage Somalia diaspora to advocate and promote the interests of Somali people in their respective countries. On the other hand, the federal government of Somalia also acknowledges the perspective of Somali civil society and their contribution to Somalia, particularly women and youth. Somali women have always been the backbone of Somalia economy, particularly in time of war. When men were not able to work, women were the only breadwinners of many families in Somalia. Also, Somali women had always been and still are great leaders in politics and business sector in Somalia. Almost 25% of the new Somali parliament are women, and women hold 6 key cabinet portfolios. In addition, Somali youth had shown to be resilient enough. Many of them educated and created job and business opportunities for themselves and for others. Others become youth activists and advocate for those that does not have voice. Moreover, Unlike any other time, Somali youth are in politics and major part of decision-making process in Somalia. They do work and lead many major government agencies, including the parliament and the cabinet. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for organizing and participating in this. Looking forward to hear your comments and contributions. Thank you.
Deputy Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed, and you emphasised some of the important aspects that we need to focus on during this conference. We do share very much the same goal, to see a stable and prosperous Somalia. And if I may just share some thoughts before I then invite the representative and Deputy Special Representative to say a few words, share some of the thoughts myself on the importance of the group that's around us today and how we can participate in the dialogue during this conference and beyond. Because we do want to see a Somalia where the people feel safe and are able to contribute to its. But we also need to be realistic about the challenges that we face. This is a country that's had a challenging 3 decades, facing corruption, facing poor governance, facing piracy, facing a civil war, extremism, and of course, famine as well. And on top of that, we have to recognize that there is a complex clan system that we have to work with as well. But we have a good base to work on. We've got a federal government that's been established since 2012. We have presidential elections that have taken place along with parliamentary elections, and the state formation continues. We also face the challenge of extremism in the form of Al-Shabaab, but also Daesh as well. But we have a commitment by Amazon and the troop contributing nations to provide that security support as well. We have a humanitarian challenge as well, with 2 million refugees outside the country and 1.7 million that are displaced internally. So this is why this conference is so important, is to actually ensure that we can build a package of support to improve security, that we can work together on improving governance, and then we can also accelerate civil society. So the challenge is big, there's no doubt about it. But I do believe that everyone should be playing a role, and that includes Somalia's civil society and the diaspora communities, which I should say and acknowledge are already making a huge contribution. So in holding this event, we want to recognize your vital role and to strengthen our partnership so that together we can make faster progress towards a positive future for Somalia. Now, I had the opportunity to meet a number of Somalis when I visited Mogadishu a number of months ago, but also here in London in some meetings that we held in the Foreign Office. And I know that they are absolutely committed to building a better future for the country. Now, their commitment is already making a real difference, not just in Somalia, but here in the UK as well, where they are supporting social integration and cohesion. In Somalia, remittances from diaspora communities exceed international aid, and we have seen growing investment in business and enterprise. In politics too, the diaspora is making its mark, with over 130 dual national MPs elected to Parliament, and I'm delighted to see that 29 MPs also hold British passports. Civil society groups also have a role to play in politics itself. They are extremely important in holding government to account and ensuring that government can be responsive to all its citizens. And civil society can also play an important role in Somalia by monitoring the commitments on mutual accountability and ensuring that the international community also lives up to the promises that it makes as well. Now, political participation for women is vitally important for Somalia, because the evidence is clear that when women are engaged in decision-making, the whole of society benefits. Now, much more needs to be done to harness the potential of women, But I'm really pleased to see that we're joined today by Joanna Roper, who is the UK's Special Envoy on Gender, and we'll be hearing from her later today. It's funding for women's organisations such as Save Somali Women and Children, which is represented here today, which is helping Somali women have a greater say over the decisions that affect them. But also, let's be aware that it's not just women in Somalia who need help to fulfill their potential. There are also social obstacles preventing men, young people, and other marginalised groups from contributing fully to society. Now, resolving these issues will be vital for Somalia's success. But again, I believe that civil society and diaspora groups are playing an important role in this work where progress has been made. Deputy Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, it is clear that the diaspora and civil society are making a vital contribution in Somalia. And in this session, we hope to recognise and build on that by identifying ways to strengthen the partnership between these communities and government, and the highlights of the outcome of your discussions here will be fed into the main conference. We want to help create an environment in which you can all work together effectively to support the country's recovery. Overall, we hope that the conference will be open to a new chapter for Somalia, one which will see the country make real steps towards a secure, a democratic, and a sustainable future. A future in which all Somalis, at home or abroad, will be able to contribute their skills and expertise. And looking around the room, I'm pleased to see that there is no shortage of this here. I very much hope that we have a productive discussion today. Thank you very much indeed, and can I invite Peter now to take the floor. Sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Minister, Your Excellencies, distinguished representatives of Somali diaspora and civil society, ladies and gentlemen, friends. It's a pleasure to see you all here in London, and we meet at a time of strong forward movement in Somalia. Significant progress has been made, most recently manifested by a peaceful electoral process resulting in a legitimate program of a government and parliament altogether. Progress manifests itself also in a vibrant civil society that plays an active role in shaping the debate to their people. Furthermore, the large number of diaspora returning to Somalia to support the reconstruction of their country is another testament to renewed hope for the future. We're also meeting at a time of desperate need. The current drought is inflicting unspeakable suffering on the Somali population, with more than 6 million people in need of humanitarian assistance, and the end of the crisis is still very far away. The international community has mobilized generous support that allowed humanitarian partners to massively scale. In my 30 years of experience in the humanitarian world, I've never seen a response this fast and this significant. Similarly, Somalis within and outside the country have done their utmost to help those in need. By mobilizing the vast global Somali network, the efforts of ordinary Somalis across the world have proven a significant potential of civil society and diaspora. Looking beyond the immediate crisis, we need to draw upon these examples and look at how to civil society and the global network of Somali diaspora towards supporting the development plan. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, one of the key outcomes of the London Somalia Conference is the adoption of a new partnership for Somalia. While the partnership will primarily govern and guide the partnership between Somalia and its international partners, it specifically recognizes the role of non-governmental actors, local, national and international, in prioritizing and implementing the National Development Plan. Where in the past and under the New Deal Compact, the emphasis was put on assuring mutual accountability between the federal government of Somalia and the international community, it's now time to give equal attention to the accountability between the state and its citizens. This makes our current session all the more relevant. While vibrant non-governmental organizations face operational challenges in Somalia, persisting insecurity, particularly outside, impediment. Bureaucratic processes and red tape are another. The ongoing process led by the federal government to harmonize the regulatory framework to NGOs to operate across Somalia is an essential step forward towards ensuring the legitimacy, increasing the efficiency and improving the coordination of NGOs. The United Nations stand firmly behind the federal government of Somalia in its efforts in this regard and wishes also to express appreciation for donors lending their very strong support to this process. However, creating an enabling environment for civil society also goes beyond the adoption of legal frameworks. It requires an acknowledgement of the value of participatory processes and the importance of realizing the needs and expectations of all citizens when embarking on political processes. The role of civil society should therefore be assured as part of the constitutional review and the preparation for one person, one vote. Today, I look forward to hearing the perspectives of all of you here and on how this can be achieved, and in particular, how to further improve the representation of women, youth, and marginalized and vulnerable communities. A word on women. It's not enough for us to just have accomplished some 25% of representation, but it's equally important, or even more important, to translate this into tangible gains. Numbers should not just remain a number, should not just remain a target, but the role of women in peace dynamics and peace and state-building processes cannot be overestimated. We've come a long way in this regard, but a lot more distance needs to be covered, in particular if you look at major issues around gender-based violence in this country. Migration has been a long-standing feature in Somali history as well. Its informal roots go back decades, and the extensive global Somali diaspora is a testimony of this. Over 1 million Somalis constitute an extensive network across Western Europe, North America, Southern Africa, North Africa, and Oceania. The high rate of educated Somalis that have left their country over the past decade and the youth that continues to embark on the so-called Tahrib have left behind a gap that needs to be filled. Current opportunities and active programs to engage the diaspora are of vital importance and need to be scaled up to provide additional skills and resources for building a functional state, embark on social reform, provide healthcare and education systems. Annual remittances alone account for more than the total amount of international development aid to Somalia, and in times of humanitarian crisis provide a lifeline for many communities. If the state can assume greater responsibility for providing basic services for its citizens, remittances could increasingly contribute towards long-term investments that spur economic growth and development as outlined in the National Development Plan. Somalia only stands to benefit from a closer partnership with its diaspora and to ensure increasing levels of engagement between government, diaspora, and civil society. Equally, a close collaboration and exchange of ideas between diaspora and local youth in Somalia is required. Let us have the deliberations here today to focus on what enabling actions can be taken by all three actors to facilitate closer ties and how to contribute towards Somalia's peaceful development. Thank you very much.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. And again, thank you to the Deputy Prime Minister as well. Very much looking forward to hearing everyone's views here. But I'm pleased to hand over the chair to Laura Hammond, who is from the School of Oriental and African Studies in SOAS, to moderate the next session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session of today's meeting. The focus of this discussion will be on diaspora and civil society contribution to development and humanitarian response. You'll see that many of the themes that arise in the first session will be brought up, hopefully, later in subsequent sessions. We have a very, very tight time frame, however, and I'm under strict orders to keep to time. So I apologize in advance for cutting people off if we tend to go over. Having said that, we're going to start off with a brief presentation from Gervais Apav from International Organization of Migration. Is he here? Yes? Oh, here you are. Thank you very much. And we'll hear from you for about 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, Deputy Minister, Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I have heard very clearly that I have 5 minutes, and I will stick, I promise, I will set an example and stick to those 5 minutes. let me introduce the topic. We're going to talk about the contribution of diasporas to humanitarian interventions and to development. There is a common view to be found in the media, in fact, sometimes shared by well-intentioned migration advocates, that migrants are essentially people in need, that migrants are essentially victims who need to be helped. I hold a contrary view for two reasons. First of all, institutionally, the IOM, the International Organization for Migration, for which I work, holds the view that migration is a positive force in the world. We've always held the view that if migration is properly managed, it can contribute immensely to countries of origin and to countries of destination. And the second reason why I hold the contrary view is a personal one. I'm a migrant. 50 years ago, I landed in Australia as a penniless migrant. And my experience has been that being a migrant is an enriching experience. I've never felt a victim. I felt I had something to contribute. And I think that migrants all over the world share that feeling. Now today, as we begin this discussion, let me just very briefly invite you to look at three areas in which I think the diaspora can be of enormous help when there are situations of emergency, when there are situations of transition and of development. First, diasporas are sources of skill and knowledge. The skills and knowledge of diaspora professionals have proved to be vital in providing life assistance in areas such as medical relief. And let me underline the fact that diasporas are very often the first international responders where crisis hits. In fact, time and time again, we have found that whenever there is a crisis, the level of assistance that's provided by diaspora doesn't go down, it increases. It is counter-cyclical. Our experience have shown that diasporas can play a key role in the process of recovery from crisis, in the replenishment of human resources in sectors such as education, healthcare, public administration. And we found this to be true in Afghanistan, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iraq, Serbia, Timor-Leste, and certainly Somalia. Second point, diaspora philanthropy. We are all familiar with the remittances that migrants send back home. We know that every year migrants send back more than $500 billion worth of remittances to their countries, and that this flow of capital is more important than official development assistance. And I think that there is a great deal of discussion to be had about that. How do we make sure that that generous instinct to respond philanthropically to crises is put to best use? The instinct is there, the impulse is there, but I think that the diasporas can be helped to find out the most effective ways of providing assistance. And thirdly, very quickly, diasporas are important sources of trade and investment. They have the knowledge, they have the networks. Madam Chairperson, I'm going to conclude very quickly and hold on to my promise. So what can we consider during our discussion? Let me propose some suggestions. What can we do in order to make sure that that capital of resources is used to best purpose? Building trust is something I think we need to focus. Building trust between the diasporas abroad and the country of origin. How do we encourage these bridges? Capacity building. The goodwill is there, but how do we translate goodwill into effective intervention? How do we align national and development agendas with diaspora initiatives, which otherwise would remain well-intentioned but isolated? How do we remove institutional barriers to greater diaspora engagement, such as access to financing and examining restrictions on the establishment of new businesses? How do we develop knowledge-sharing platforms so that diaspora communities can share their knowledge and resources and learn from each other? And finally, how can we build more effective linkages between official development and diaspora initiatives? Here are some questions to get the discussion going. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Those are excellent questions, and they summarize well the overall kind of mandate of this session. So let's move directly into hearing. What we've asked is for a few speakers to speak for not more than 3 minutes, and then that will leave us time, about 25 minutes, where we will have some chance for discussion. If you are not able to get your intervention into this part of the session, don't worry, there will be other opportunities later in the morning. So first, we would like to hear from Zara Shawa, who's from the Global Somali Diaspora.
Okay, good morning. My name is Zara Shirwa. I am the new director of the Global Somali Diaspora Organization. And I wanted to express my gratitude for being here and having the opportunity to represent the extended Global Somali Diaspora family. If I could say a word or two about the organization itself, we are a fairly young organization. It was founded in June of 2014. We strive to unite and mobilize the spread out Somali diaspora, as the name indicates, from the globe, from around the globe. In the short 3.5 years that we have existed, we have managed to open chapters in many parts of the world. I'm stationed in the United States, in the great state of North Carolina, y'all. And we have a chapter in North Carolina, and we have a chapter in Virginia, in, of course, Minnesota, which is the second Somali capital, and in Canada. So we are quite spread out in North America. We have several chapters, including one in the UK, in Europe, and we have some in Australia. And we are expanding and opening new chapters and trying to reach Somalis for two purposes. Number one, we are trying to really work very hard to make sure that Somalis are integrated and a productive, contributing citizens of the countries they live in. We want them to be part of the culture. We want them to take ownership of that citizenship, and we want them to give back to the countries that provided us safe haven and welcomed us into their communities. So we have been outside Somalia long enough to feel mature enough and responsible enough to say that we are giving something back. But we also want to be organized enough that we can participate in the development and the reconstruction and the reconciliation of Somalia. And one of the ways we are doing is by all these people who are returning, bringing in their expertise and their knowledge. And like many of you have already mentioned, we are very visible both in government, in the private sector, and in the business communities. What I really would like to tell you is, as excited as we are about that opportunity, it does not even compare what is in the pipelines. Somali students are being admitted into some of the best universities and colleges around the world. We are competing for educational opportunities. We are competing for jobs. And the prospect of Somalis returning and bringing even more knowledge and even more skills is very bright. And I'm really excited about that. So it is the task of the Global Somali Diaspora to organize all these skills and all these resources and be useful in the countries we live, but also give something back to Somalia.
Thank you very much. Now we'll turn to, just next to you, to Dini Mohammed Dini.
Thank you. I will thank to the organizers of this event, including the UK government and UN and also Somali government, and everyone participated on this event. I know I have few minutes, and it is essential. It's very challenging in Somalis to give 2 minutes and say something. So that's the test of the time. I will straight away go to the question that you have framed, because we have some instructions. We only talk about something. We cannot talk about everything. So I will say diaspora, in context of Somalia, it means skills. Diaspora, it means trade and business. Diaspora means understanding of how the world works. Diaspora means international connection. A diaspora means that Somalis who had a difficult time for the last 25 years, someone who come from different environment with different thoughts, coming back to them may have a positive change. So I can say also diaspora means, Somali diaspora, what I mean means also a positive change to Somalia. So that's how I put it in the context of Somalia and why they are needed to come back. I was one of Somali diaspora. For the last 4 years, I was living in Mogadishu. And I have been traveling all over the Somalia, including also the neighbors. And I found the most successful business people in Somalia, they come from diaspora. The most academicians who run the universities, and there are also examples on the table as well, they come from diaspora. That's why I say they are skills. Also, the people who run the government, mostly, majority of them, at the moment, the current president come from diaspora, the current the prime minister come from diaspora, the speaker come from diaspora. 1 minute, okay. So I'm not bad, so I will finish it. Okay, so this is why we need them come back. Not just to profit from Somalia or gain positions, just to help. So it means to the international community, for example, let me give you 2 examples, that how many Somali community buys from goods from United Kingdom to Somalia. If you go to the one of the biggest markets in Somalia, you see a lot of products coming, including vehicles, medicine, some equipment. They will buy from here to the local market. And also, that will spread to the Africa as well. So it means for the host countries, it means also business. If they go back to Somalia, that will affect them. The best they know is where they come from. So they will buy goods from those countries to the native countries, original countries. So it means also a business to them. So in conclusion of that, I would say Somalia, the short of skills, is the most difficult challenge that I have faced. I lead an organization which is very huge. It represents the professionals, the private sector, the NGOs, traditional grassroots organizations. And the biggest challenge I have myself, I experience it, is this short of skills. So I will say thank you for this opportunity, because I know the time has finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and apologies. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Abdi Ado, who is from the anti-tribalism movement.
Good morning, Mr. Deputy Minister, ministers, ambassadors, and everyone. My name is Abdi Ado. I'm from Sweden, working with young refugees in Sweden, and I'm also a senior advisor to the Swedish Migration Board General Director. I'm here today to highlight the contribution that Somali diaspora doing back home, particularly young people. Our parents have been sending money back home for a long time. Now it's time for us to send skills, knowledge, and experience. One of my friends have been said before, we haven't choose to flee from the country, but today we choose to go back home to contribute. Somali youth are the backbone of Somalia, but we have been, different parts have been using the power and skills of Somali youth, but now we're organizing ourselves, we're connecting to each other through social media just to make hear our voice, and we're contributing back home. there's a lot of good initiatives that have been taken by Somali diaspora, such as Abaraha, which is a big platform that connecting drought respondent to drought affecting people in Somalia. And Abaraha is one of the biggest platform that created by diaspora, especially young Somali people who have ICT background. And I can proudly say that I'm part of Abaraha. Somali youth, we have been hearing for a long time before that Somali youth are the future of Somalia. We're no longer the future of Somalia. We are the current leaders of this country. That's why, therefore, we need to be included in decision making, because the decision that the government and international community taking today can affect our future. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Dick, Africa. I think it's down on the end.
Yes, hi. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Executive Director for Fursat Fund. Fursat Fund is a Somali trust fund, fully funded and managed by Somalis for the sole purpose of creating opportunities. Besides the $2 billion the Somali diaspora sends back through remittance, there are enough examples out there where diaspora and civil society have galvanized for emergency responses, where you see an active civil society groups and diaspora, such as Somali Faces, Awalal, and Abaraha, providing necessary and timely responses all over the country. Diaspora's input is visible and far beyond any form of aid and response given to Somalia by international partners. Not only the diaspora, but the civil society also. The role played by the Somali diaspora and the civil society groups in poverty reduction, reconstruction, emergency response, and economic development is very important and cannot be sidelined or ignored. Diaspora expertise and contribution must be better leveraged to deliver faster emergency responses, more efficient poverty reduction, and long-term sustainable development. We would like to see our government placing civil society and diaspora engagement at the core of Somalia's development process by creating and extending the enabling environment combined with long-term finance and partnership for inclusive development. Furthermore, we need larger, more consolidated efforts towards productive investment, fostering entrepreneurial rather than dependency culture. Regarding the untapped potential, besides skills and modern management practices transferred from diaspora networks such as Global Somali Diaspora and other diaspora groups around the globe, the diaspora has the potential to rebrand Somalia, and I hope the government can tap into this potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our last speaker, Special Envoy Mariam Yassin.
Thank you very much, Chair Lady, for giving me the floor. Excellencies, distinguished representative, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Mariam Yassin. I'm the Special Envoy of the Republic of Somalia for Migrants and Children's Rights. And first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the UK government for hosting this timely and much needed event, and for the warm welcoming that we have received. And it's actually an honor for me to be here today as a government representative, as a diaspora person myself, and a formal civil society. Former civil society from Italy, so I'm among the minorities within the diaspora. I believe that my presence here today is very important. I joined the government 2 years ago in this capacity, but I think that this also testifies the fact that the collaboration between diaspora, civil society, and government is very crucial. I think that we have over 100 MPs in the parliament with dual citizenship, and that says a lot about the political participation of the Somali diaspora in the country. So that figure itself talks by itself, and it doesn't need further explanation. Diaspora has been in front line on many sectors. I'm actually glad that a lot has been said, so I can focus on more other issues that are actually quite important. I would like to highlight the initiatives like Fursat Fund and others that has been actually put in place by the diaspora and how effective they were, and the importance of the remittance, and how when migration is managed very well, then it actually can, the host community can benefit, as well as the country of origin. So what is very important is that it's clear that diaspora is very important for the economical growth of the country, but we need to harness its positive benefits and maximizing its potential. And definitely the government of Somalia is engaged with the Somali diaspora. We're in front line, as you see, and definitely it's very important what diaspora is doing, coming back home, investing in the country, creating job opportunities for Somali youth, which is lack of job opportunities. You know, that is one of the actually the push factors for illegal and risky migration. What is really important is actually that we enhance this collaboration, and I think that is very high time with the leadership of the Somali government. And we know that, and my colleague Dini can actually testify that in Garowe, when as a government and civil society came together, at that time I was part of the civil society, is when the whole thing of the 30% of women quota started back in 2012, and you know where we are today. So that's a clear example. Somalia has a very unique experience. We can reconstruct our country. And actually getting together. And what is very important is to have the diaspora leaders on board, because we have diaspora around this table who are leaders in their new countries, who went beyond the issue of identity, who can come back today and take part of reconciliation, and because of the exposure they had, and also because of the way they managed their double or triple identities, and now they can come and actually look at the issue of clan in a different way. And I'm particularly looking at my sister Lul for some reason. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude that we are actually, that this forum and also the one of tomorrow and the whole London conference is actually, the main message is that we need to start a new partnership. With the leadership of the Somali federal government, it's high time to have a new framework of partnership with our international partners, new partnership, enhance actually our partnership with the civil society and the diasporas, and to make sure that we work all together in reconciliation, development, and in Somalia, hand in hand, and we make sure that in this process, no one is left behind, especially the marginalized community, the women, the minorities, and allow me, because I'm the special envoy for migration, also the stranded migrants, the refugees, the asylum seekers, those that are around the world looking for a better place, they should not also be forgotten in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let me congratulate you on your appointment and the government of Somalia for creating your position, which is definitely very much needed. We are going to open up for broad discussion. There are a few people who have said already that they would like to speak. We have already heard from people about a variety of issues, really important issues. Clearly, we've heard a lot about the contributions that diaspora have made, some of the achievements that have already been accomplished. We've talked about the ways in which diaspora has been involved, particularly in responding to emergencies. In 2011, we saw a massive response from the diaspora throughout the world, and already now in 2017, we're seeing the same kinds of mobilization, which is really, really vitally important. And then we've also heard from several speakers about what needs to be left, what's left to be done, what are the main challenges that we need to see in the future. So if we can keep our discussion onto those 3 points as we go forward in this session, there'll be chances to bring in other issues as later on in the morning. That would be great. So now, to start off our discussion, we'll hear from, I think, Mr. Wali Hashi from Finland.
Thank you very much. My name is Wale Hashi, and I'm a journalist working in Finland. I'm really very happy to be here. Just a few words about we as Somali Finns see ourselves as a front runner of just transferring skills and knowledge and ideas. Myself as a journalist, I have been training in Somalia for almost 300 journalists in the country. And so just a few words about how that happened is that we have really very, very close relationship with the Finnish government. We have been working as a bridge builder. We try to create our idea how we can rebuild our country, and Finnish government really, really helped us in that area. So my idea is that I think as a diaspora, you need to have a local government that you are living in. You need to help from them. You need to understanding and creating idea together. Not that kind of that you just go there and do the work, but just to work with the government that you are working in. I'm so happy that we have been working as a Finn Somalis, bridge building for our two countries. So just few things that I was saying is that I think we should work together in that area and realize the needs of the diaspora in the country, if it's UK or Sweden or Denmark. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please just raise your hand as you're going around so that I see you well. Can I ask Ambassador of Finland, please, to speak?
Yes, thank you very much, and dear Chair and Deputy Prime Minister, honored to be here today. In early 2000, we started to dialogue with Somali diaspora who came to Ministry for Foreign Affairs, Wali Hashi, one of them, and we started to discuss how they could participate in reconstruction of Somalia. We organized several workshops and meetings with our diaspora, and health sector was identified as a sector where we have a history in Somalia, and the needs are very, very huge. We contacted IOM, and with IOM, a program started 2008. First in Somaliland, and now it's spread all over Somalia. The assignments were a few months, and nowadays from 6 months to 1.5 years, because we realized the shorter period of time is not enough. Our MIDA experts, MIDA FinSom program experts, they have also played an important role in drought response. So the program is very flexible. We can allow them to take assignments from the government, to take part of emergencies. But during these past 10 years, the program has evolved, and there are some lessons learned. At least in Finland, the Somalia diaspora is very eager to participate in reconstruction of Somalia, and we have been amazed the motivation that experts show, as they often work in very difficult conditions with much smaller compensation they get from their jobs in Finland. But it's not always easy. As nationals living abroad, you face always difficulties. This is universal. And we have paid increasing emphasis on briefing and orientation training on the experts already before they are assigned to work in Somalia. The contribution of diaspora is really knowledge transfer in this program, and this is crucial. But the appreciation of the role of diaspora cannot mean forgetting young Somalis who live in and have obtained their degree in Somalia. So whatever we do, we should look for traineeship for Somalis living in Somalia and really include them. Nowadays, many countries support IOM MIDA projects, and as one follow-up of this event, it might be worth organize a broader discussion among Somali authorities and donors on how to maximize benefits of these programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I can't read everyone's name. So I had a, yes, there, go ahead. Can you say your name, please, as you speak?
Okay. My name is Chouahir Dahir, and I'm Chief Executive of Somali Development Services, as well as Chair of Somali, Global Somali Diaspora. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like first to thank our government, the UK, who hosted this important and significant conference, which is the third conference that the UK government is hosting. And we believe, especially the UK Somali diaspora, that this is quite very important in terms of leading and supporting Somalia and rebuilding our country. I think many people have spoken the good examples in terms of how Somali and civil society and diaspora contributed to our country, whether it is economic, whether it is humanitarian, and whether it is human capital. I would like, for example, to see this conference, for example, one of the outcomes to be international communities and donors and Somali diaspora working more effectively and more, fostering partnership, and also Somali government. And if we create a kind of platform that can take forward how Somali civil society, diaspora, international communities, and Somali and government can work together in rebuilding and Somali. And if you look, for example, it can be the three outcomes that highlighted here. For example, one can focus, for example, the economic kind of side transformation. It could be, and the businesses, the people who, who want to invest in our country, who want to help, and the economic recovery. The other section could be, humanitarian. For example, we know the drought now is going, and the Somali diaspora is responding very well, and they're mobilizing around the globe. And I know, as the chair of Global Somali Diaspora, and in terms of knowledge transfer, that is very important because, for example, I am mentor in Leicester University, and for example, I know how it's very important. And Somali young people in Somalia, what they're lacking is about skills and experience, and how Somali diaspora can help Somali young people in the country to do that knowledge transfer. I think that's quite very crucial. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have an intervention now from Dr. Ali Issa Abdi.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Chair, Deputy Prime Minister, distinguished guests, participants. I think the emphasis of what should the diaspora and the civil society do is a bit misplaced. What more can they do? Is the critical. If you look at the diaspora for the last 20 plus years, the survival of the entire Somali community has been in their hands for the last large part. Of course, I think the international community has been supportive. That should not be minimized. But I think what is missing now is that the country moving forward in terms of recovery, in terms of collaborating much more effectively with the international community, at least as far as the Bretton Woods institutions and like those are concerned, we ought to ask the question, what are the missing elements for that particular support, particularly the diaspora, to be much more impactful and much more. And I want to just put on the table this morning to say that we have a few critical areas of concern to improve on this recovery that Somalia is currently moving forward with. We've done some work as a regional think tank that I'm representing here, the Horn Economic and Social Policy Institute, which look at sort of critical gaps in this exercise. We know that there are knowledge gaps, there are economic infrastructure gaps, there is a security element and concern, but most of those things are not in the realm that either the civil society or the diaspora can do anything about. The areas that I think are critical that they can do is to build the state capacity itself. And unless this particular gap is somehow completed, so long as you have a state that's unable to not only effectively deal with the security concerns, but also to deliver the other social and economic sort of manifestations of a state. What would supplement and complement that state concern, I think, is that we have to look at the gaps. What is Somalia's critical concern now? Unemployment of the youth. I mean, this is the driver right now of insecurity. It's the driver of outward migration, illicit migration. It's the driver of even instability within the localities of Somalia. Now, I believe the international community, Somali government, diaspora itself, should deal with specific programs targeted at this area. And those are within the realm of possibilities. We know what works elsewhere. We can look at microfinance. We can look at job creation. We can look at skill development. I don't have to tell the IOM and others like it, what those problems are. This is nothing unique to Somalia. It's an African problem. It's a global problem in terms of generating the skills that are required.
We have to cut you short now. We have 2 more interventions.
I may have exceeded that, but I'm saying let's get to practicable solutions that we can all, stand around and work towards. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that intervention. Can we now hear from, I have 2 more speakers. One, Dr. Fatumo Farah.
Thank you very much for inviting me here, and I'm very happy to see all those faces I know, Somali diaspora leaders. As a Somali diaspora leaders, we are ambassadors of the country, and I'm happy to see here to contribute actually these things. What we have here actually is, you can say diaspora contribution, but diaspora can contribute positively and negatively. So we have to talk both of them, negative and positive, and how can we refer to negative contribution of the diaspora to positive. And that is why I said, and I have already sent in my recommendation, one of the things that we have to do is the Somali diaspora reconciliation process, so that they can contribute positively. Because we can talk and talk, but if the Somali diaspora are fragmented, it's very difficult to contribute positively, all of them. So I'm not saying that we are not positively contributing, but there is also negative contribution, and that we need to refer to it. The second thing that I'm saying is, like, diaspora, we are a diaspora organization. We have been working from 1996 in Somalia. There was actually 6 years after the civil war. We need to be acknowledged, because there was no government where we were contributing education sector, health sector, and everywhere. But that acknowledgement has never come. So what we need is partnership with the government, with international NGOs, and with other stakeholders who are working in Somalia. That's what we need. The third thing that I'm going to recommend is, we need to have mapping diaspora organizations and individuals who need to be part of Somalia. Because there is a lot of organizations, a lot of people who are contributing, but still there is no overview about the organization who are working there. So we need to have a database. And also we need Somali diaspora expert, so that we can contribute well. So that is something that we need also to have it. And we have worked the humanitarian work, and what we see was lack of coordination with international NGOs. We are working somewhere, and some other organizations are working. So what we need is collaboration with other NGOs who are working in humanitarian sector. So that is one thing that I have already sent in my recommendation, but that is the things that I'm going to contribute here. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have one more intervention from Dr. Mulki Molsi.
2 minutes.
Sorry?
2 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad that you have invited me here. And my name is Mulki Molsa, and I'm a Finnish Somali and also a physician, currently working as an expert in MEDA project, Finland project in Somali National University. And what I have heard this morning, all of you, I could really say for the last 32 years that I was living in Finland, I could say that you can take an example from Finland. Really, we have done for that 32 years quality projects in different parts of Somalia, from Somaliland up to Jubaland, to the end of it. So fragmented Somalis can do a project together. So take an example from Finland, please. And Laura asked us, is there any challenge for being back to Somalia? Yes, as a diaspora woman, highly educated woman, there's a great challenge. I can explain when I have a time later on. And as an expert, there's attitude problems in Somalia. So changing attitudes takes a long time. So that's the two challenges that I have met. And I'm now working at Somali National University as a curriculum advisor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we've set our discussion off on a very good note and a strong possibility for good discussion for the rest of the morning. Rather than take more time by summarizing the discussion so far, I'd like to ask Minister Elwood if you could say a few words to wrap up this part of the program.
Well, Laura, thank you very much indeed. And can I just echo the thanks to you for your contributions and your thoughts today. We cannot overemphasize the importance of civil society and the role of the diaspora. And I'm very, very pleased that we've had such a vibrant discussion with, I think, realistic thoughts in recognizing the challenges that we face. It's been a real privilege as the Minister for Africa to be able to pioneer and work with our team, a huge team here, to put this conference on. This is the third conference that Britain is holding, as you've heard, and it's a big one. We have over 30 countries that are participating, 10 international organizations, and many, and a substantial number of non-governmental organizations as well. From the British perspective, the Prime Minister, Theresa May, as soon as she gained her portfolio, wanted to continue our engagement here, which is why this conference is taking place. We've taken a break from electioneering, as we have in domestic politics here, in order to focus on this. So I'm looking forward to a very, very constructive but realistic conference. And the discussions that we're having today will be fed in to the main conference tomorrow. So, Laura, thank you very much indeed for chairing this opening session. I think there's been a short pause now, but to say thank you very much indeed to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move into session 2 now, which is going to be facilitated by my colleague Mary Harper, who I believe is sitting down here. Thank you. Is Mary here yet? She's not. Shall I continue? Okay, fine.
Okay, good morning, everybody. You'll have noticed straight away that I'm not Mary Harper from the BBC. She's currently interviewing the President for today's television news, so I'm sure she'd do a much better job of that than I would, so it's better that I do this instead of her. I'm Phil Evans. I'm the head of DFID for Somalia, the UK Department for International Development, so the British government's aid programme to Somalia. This session is on political participation and mobilisation by the diaspora and civil society, particularly women and youth. We've heard a lot already this morning about the vital role of the diaspora and civil society in building the new Somalia. As an aid worker, it's important for me to remember, as I try to very often, that remittances from the diaspora are much greater, much bigger than the aid flow. So if you're looking at who's building the new Somalia, it's the diaspora with a little bit of help from us, rather than the other way around. Very important point, I think. The new government that we're working with now in Somalia and the new parliament is also much more female than before and much younger than before. And these are important signs, I think, of the growth of a more inclusive Somalia. 70% of Somalis are under 30 years of age, and these are the people who will and are building the new Somalia. So this is a great opportunity this morning to note that and see where we go forward using this momentum. The role of the diaspora and the civil society and women and youth is clearly recognised in the National Development Plan and the new partnership for Somalia, which we're adopting at the conference today and tomorrow. So clearly established roles that we need to build on. So how do we build on this momentum is the question for this session. How can the diaspora and civil society support wider and more inclusive political participation in Somalia, and how can the diaspora and civil society continue to build on increased numbers and effective representation of both youth and women at the local and national levels? We are running a little bit behind time. I've got a list of speakers which I'll work through. Please limit yourselves to 2 minutes each. You'll see the clock ticking down on the TV screens. That's your sign. If there's time at the end, then I'll open the floor for further contributions, but let's see where we get to over the next 30 minutes or so. So could we start with Deka Salad from Here Women? Deka, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Prime Minister, distinguished guests, welcome to United Kingdom. My name is Deka Salad and I'm the director of Here Women Gargar Foundation. I'm going to represent some recommendations that we had recently. We organized a round table with the civil society, especially women leaders, and in particular those who represent UK and other European countries. The aim was to recognize and promote the role of women in the development of Somali society. The round table focused on ways to enable Somali women direct and active involvement in peace-building process and participatory partner rather than spectator. So I'm going to give you some of the recommendations since we have only 2 minutes. Our group recommended to have a reviewing national policy to ensure more women and girls in education, to create climate that give more opportunities for women and young people, to create programs to enable national dialogue on the role of women in political process. The donor agencies, while having existing gender policies, should ensure the full implementation beyond confines of gender advisor. Deliberate government and donor agency intervention programs to the small and micro enterprise sector to enable economic empowerment of women. Undertake future studies in the following: the role of women in armed conflict with the aim of endangering the DDR programs, the peace-building potential of women in economic enterprise in Somalia, the effectiveness of women in peace-building process in Somalia. Adopt and implement gender priority principle within political party, constitution, and leadership structure. Ensure political party process enables women to achieve political, professional, and family life balance. Establish funding facilities to support capacity development for women in national budget and appropriate act. At He Women and Bridge Group, we are very keen to take these findings forward to ensure that diaspora women are given the opportunity to play a part in advancing peace and security. We are ready for the next step, and we look forward to your support and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I now call Abdirahman Adam from Man?
Good morning, Deputy Prime Minister and distinguished guests. My name is Abdirahman Adam, born, grow, study in Somali. That shows Somalis moving forward. I would like to talk briefly about youth initiative and want to say something about youth initiative, which is based voluntarily to contribute to Somali. For example, Awi Walal and Man. Man is an independent initiative to provide forums, dialogue among Somali intellectuals, and also give a platform for young people to ask and suggest to Somali leaders where the country is and where it's hidden. And I want to conclude my words is to support young initiative which is based voluntarily.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. You set a great example of being ahead of your time there, so thank you very much indeed. Could I call Wali Hashi from the Wali Media Production Centre, representing the media part of civil society?
Well, I just say what Sibo said, but as we have been talking about before, Somali diaspora in Finland actually contribute to the government, to the nation of Somalia in terms of rebuilding and strategy, and also give them, train the locals in Somalia. We didn't actually only bring the knowledge and ideas and work, but we also try to change people's attitude to when we talk in terms of, I've seen my friend Adam Matan here, anti-tribalism. I think that's what we need right now in Somalia. I think, and we should have more of campaigning against clans and clan-based system. So I think we should try to influence from the diaspora. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali. Could I also just welcome Michael Keating, who's just arrived, who's the Special Representative for the Secretary General of the UN, as most of you will know, in Somalia. So welcome to you. Could I call now Lul Kumiye from the Somali Gender Equity Movement? Yes. Where are you?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good morning. I'm delighted to be here with you today at the London conference. My name is Lul Kulmiya, as you say, and I'm a spokeswoman for Somali Gender Equity Movement, SGEM, and also board member of Somali Global Diaspora, GSD. I'm one of 10 Somali women in the diaspora who founded Somali Gender Equity Movement, SGEM. SGEM is socio-political movement inspired to work toward Vision 2016 and beyond, which we now call Vision 2020 and beyond. We, the founders, formed and founded SGEM and still are doing to contribute the development Somalia badly needed. You all should remember that time everyone was discussing the Vision 2016 document. Then a consultation meeting was held in Minneapolis, April 2015, that there wasn't no single woman participating. The pictures from this meeting make us upset and make us wake up. Therefore, we decided to make a movement which in the future will be fundamental to the social and political development of Somali women. Our movement seeks to ensure women's representation and gender mainstreaming in all political parties, agencies, and government policies and procedures. It stresses women's rights and highlights Somali women as an integral part of Somalia's national building. And after we had established SGEM, which today comprises almost 9,000 of Somali women inside the country and in the diaspora, we started to mobilize and stimulate women to participate in the election, and we will continue to do that. Before the election, we didn't want to give excuse to our traditional elders, so we asked women to be sure that her clan leader was aware that she is a candidate. We made also several videos. One of the videos we speak to the Somali traditional elders that we told them the election could be their last opportunity. After one person and one vote, they may lose the power and the respect of the women in their clans. To be short, here are our recommendation to Somali federal government. One, to advocate for the formation of women's caucus to support and train women parliamentarians, as well as to ensure the continued engagement of the women of all ages in politics, and to ensure that we attend over the 13% quota next election. Second, advocate that all policies and legislations are reviewed through a gender equity lens, that all policies, regardless of the area, are set to protect the rights of Somali women. Three, advocate for economic empowerment and job creation for women through calling on the Somali federal and regional government to protect the 30% quota at all levels of government furthermore, to ensure that any private company working with the government adheres to the same policy of employing at least 30% women. And Somali women are the protectors of this nation and the only reason we continue to survive. Somali's future is demanding, including Somali women's voices at all levels of decision making. We are grateful the help of our international partners, but now is the right time, I think, that the federal government of Somalia to take leadership of the diaspora engagement. I appreciate to participate this side event, and SGEM look forward to working and to partnering with the Somali federal government and its partners, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the role of the federal government is all important, and so it's a good moment to ask Nimco Ahmed from the federal government to say a few words.
Oh.
Thank
you very much. Deputy Prime Minister, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is important that we don't actually think of the diaspora as one entity. The strength of the diaspora is diversity. And the fact that they bring different perspectives to both society, community, advocacy, and politics gives members of the diaspora an advantage. Now the question remains on how to use the diverse experience to engage on the locals and to benefit on the wider and more inclusive political participation. Making sure that we get more wider and more inclusive political participation is a matter of a dialogue and convincing communities on the positive effect of political participation. Diaspora and civil society organizations have their own ways of engaging communities and adding to the effort made by the government. So reaching the level of a high level, both youth and women in the political participation actually shows a positive effect on Somalia and both its government as well. A large portion of our society is made of women and youth. And the fact that they actually need space at these decision-making tables is actually very relevant. Therefore, it makes sense to actually invite them at these tables, even if they are not part of the decision-making. CSOs and diaspora groups have always helped and now need to echo even more to make sure that they actually see the empowerment of both women and youth. Both in the parliament and also women representative both at national level and also local level. It is also important to keep showcasing the successful initiatives that both civil society and diaspora have actually made in the process of political participation, both in last election and also in the future of this government. We need to make sure that we widen the conversation both in the social media, traditional media, town hall meetings, and face-to-face, that the government can actually host these conversations to actually make sure that they actually invite both civil society, women, and youth to participate in the next government's agenda and to make sure that they actually feel as if that they are actually evolving in the positive aspect of the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's our speakers list. We are now open 15 minutes for interventions from the floor. I have 3 people already on my list who've indicated that they'd like to say a few words. And once I've got through those, let's see how much time we've got for further interventions. But could I start with Joanna Roper, who's the UK Special Envoy for Women's Equality?
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, guests, colleagues, delegates. I am delighted to be here today in my new role as Special Envoy for Gender Equality. I should also say I was involved in organising the first London conference on Somalia 5 years ago. And so it is very good to be here and to see so much positive progress that's taken place since then. We've heard a lot of really positive stuff today, how government, civil society, NGOs, partners are working together in round tables, in new organisations, in political participation, and how women have played a vital role in creating space and how they are playing a role in peace processes, both in Somalia and around the world. This is really positive because we know that when women are involved in peace negotiations and conflict resolution, that those agreements are stronger, more inclusive, and more durable. I was also delighted to see the increase from 14% to 25% representation of women in Parliament, and it's also very good to see a very healthy gender balance around this table today. But there's still a way to go, and as we have heard earlier today, we need to see those positive movements translated into real gains for women, youth and other represented groups in Somalia. The UK and others work with civil society to address issues that are holding women back, whether it's early child and forced marriage, gender-based violence, as we heard, or female genital mutilation. This is really vital if we are to create the environment that enables women to play their full part in society, whether it's the social, economic, or political spheres. On youth, we welcome partners working together and building on the efforts to develop a stronger voice for young people in Somalia through, for example, the Youth Parliament, the Youth Council, and the National Youth Conference. And we welcome the efforts to get more girls into education, as you said earlier. This is really the cornerstone of all of our efforts. We were really pleased to see young people at the heart of the civil society consultation event organised in Mogadishu just last week ahead of this conference. And so as we look ahead, let's ensure that the voices of women, youth and minorities are given the space to contribute and participate fully in political processes and decisions, both at national and local level. This is vital if we want to create the vibrant, dynamic and successful Somalia that we all want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Could I call Michael Lindvall, who's the Swedish ambassador to Somalia, been around Somalia probably longer than any of us, I think. So good to hear from you today, Michael.
Thanks, thanks, Phil. Excellencies, colleagues and friends. I have a few points to make. I think my main one is I simply want to encourage those of you who are from the diaspora to continue to stay involved in Somali politics. And also, since most of you are, to also encourage your colleagues and friends at home to also try to increasingly involve themselves, not only at the national level, but also at the local level. So you can really lead by example by running for office and continuing to show what's possible. I sometimes note that some of the older friends in the diaspora have not completely kept up with the realities on the ground. I think that's also important, that you try to see Somalia as it is today and not as it was 20 years ago. Sometimes we see conflicts in Sweden between diaspora that are far removed from what's happening today in the country. So again, staying in close touch with communities in both countries, in both places, will continue to be important. We also, as the international partners, need your help. You are bridge builders. You can interpret and help us understand better. When we advocated quite forcefully for the 30% quota in Parliament, it was very much civil society and diaspora colleagues who helped us understand what was possible, which arguments would work, whom should we talk to. So that's also a very, very important role which the diaspora plays. I think now, of course, I think all of us agree that Parliament now looks much, much better than it used to. Cabinet also has a much stronger participation of women and youth. The challenge now will be to take this forward to the local level. And there as well, we're going to need your advice. I think Mogadishu city is interesting to look at. A young, dynamic, vibrant mayor who's also appointed women to his leadership team, and you can really sense a new sense of energy there, which I hope can also be brought to other local level governance. Finally, just a question, I suppose, to the DPM and to the cabinet, to look at ways of trying to harness civil society contributions and diaspora in a slightly more organized way, possibly. We are all trying to contribute, but I mean, I suppose sometimes we may not be as, we're not planning the support as well as we could. So there, I think if the cabinet has a chance to try to help organize the contributions in a better way across government, that would also be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And last on my list, but maybe not last to speak, could I call Susanna Klein from Safer World? Susanna.
Hello, thank you. Something that has been mentioned and is very important is to ensure that as the conference prioritizes security needs, prioritize the security needs of women who basically need to feel safe and secure in their day-to-day lives. And something that is key in this is that any security and justice sector reform needs to take this into account, because we are still facing, in the case of Somalia, the issues of perpetrators not going to or facing justice. And that's one of the challenges as well for women's political participation. And it's a big barrier in terms of political harassment. So something that is very key is to think in terms of the bigger security and justice sector reform and how the security day-to-day lives of women are going to be included. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. As I say, I've got space now for 2 or 3 more, I think, perhaps. So, Madam, you wanted to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Again, my name is Joahir Dahir from Somali Development Services and Chair of Global Somali Diaspora. I think someone earlier said that international communities and also Somali government need to recognize the role of diaspora as civil society. But I think, you know, it's even more important to recognize Somali women. First, we have to acknowledge the contribution of Somali women in the country as well as in the host countries. When, for example, in the campaign of, you know, give Somali women 30%, if you look back, you know, the Somali country has survived actually because of Somali women. They are doing everything. And, you know, actually campaigning to give them 30% is just a kind of a joke, I thought, because they're already doing 100% everything. How can you, you know, campaign to give them 30%? And it's kind of even worse that they're not achieving that 30%. And so I think this great emphasis that, you know, Somali federal government, the current has been a significant improvement in the past. And I think it must be, for example, a way of increasing Somali women's empowerment, participation, and in terms of youth, the Somali youth, they are our future leaders. And so we need to empower them, and the empowerment is education, training, and I think Somali diaspora, either youth or women, they have a great role to play in supporting empowerment of Somali women and youth in the country. And I hope the current, for example, the National Development Plan would have that incorporated in terms of first acknowledge them, their role, and secondly, empowerment in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There's some very powerful challenges there, so very welcome, I think, to bring that to the table. Yes, please, Ambassador.
Thank you. I'm the United States Ambassador to Somalia, and in my first year on the job, I've made several trips back to the United States to meet with diaspora communities around the country, including with Abdi Rashid and the people of Minneapolis. But it's been very instructive for me and very helpful for me in doing my job. The diaspora community in the US is my most engaged constituency. They know what's going on, they care, they're contributing, and they want to affect US policy. And I'm happy to be informed by them
and encourage them to get involved, and they are. We see diaspora communities in America reviving depressed areas of cities. I was just in Lewiston, Maine. We've seen it in Buffalo, New York, and elsewhere. They're running for elected office. We have a state legislator in Minnesota. We might have a city councilwoman in Boston. We have a city council person in Minneapolis. And these are having a big impact. In the Minneapolis area, there are 26 Somali American law enforcement officers, both male and female, which is huge in relating to the community and in reflecting well in the community. They're also working with other Somali American communities and law enforcement officials around the country, and also back in Somalia through exchange programs and donations. So I think that that the role they're playing in the United States, and probably in every country they're in, is really important in that country, but also in using their voice to influence national policy and to get American legislators and the public to, in a sense, tell me what I should be doing and to hold me accountable, because I think it makes a big difference, and I just encourage them to remain involved, and ever more so. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador. I will need to bring the session to a close now, but thank you everyone for your contributions. Lots of very specific ideas and proposals and offers, and some important challenges too, I think, from our speakers. So let's hope we can capture all of those ideas in the way forward that we'll draw out of the whole of this morning's deliberations. So thank you so much for that, and I could now hand over to Ahmed Solomon from Chatham House to take us through the third segment of the meeting.
Thank you very much, Phil. Welcome all. I'd like to welcome everyone else again, and to say that this session is going to be looking at the enabling environment for diaspora and civil society engagement. Specific questions that you can see in front of you we're looking at is how the federal government is able to increase diaspora contribution and benefit from civil society engagement and input. We're also looking at some of the challenges related towards diaspora engagement. What are the risks involved and how can we mitigate those? There are also discussions earlier on today looking at some of the tensions between diaspora and non-diaspora, and again, how can we improve the operating environment and ensure better cohesion and collaboration. One of the important issues that has previously come up today as well is looking at remittances and the vital importance of those, enabling those channels to stay open and stimulate entrepreneurship and contribute to job creation in Somalia. So as with the other sessions, we have some opening interventions, 4 or 5, that we'll start with, and then we'll move to a more open discussion. So I'd like to welcome Abdirashid Hashi, first from the Heritage Institute, to make an opening remark.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Good morning to everybody. I associate myself with everything that Dr. Ali said earlier about talking about the missing and how we can do better. With regards to diaspora return to Somalia, we at the Heritage Institute have produced a report, policy brief in the past, written both in Somali and English, and for more detailed assessment of the situation, you can check us online. With regards to enabling environment, there are things the diaspora can do, and there are things the Somali government can do, and there are things civil society can do, and there are things the donors or the externalists can do. With regards to those diaspora Somalis who are not back to Somalia, I think we are overrepresented in the politics. As somebody said, President, Prime Minister, Speaker, half of the MPs, half of the cabinet are from the diaspora. I think those who are not yet back, if they come back, they should just focus on business, especially, the productive sectors, fisheries, livelihoods, things that can help and create opportunities for themselves and for others. And the external actors, especially the host countries, or wherever those people come from, can think about ways to support joint ventures and others that can actually help youth, creating employments and the like. the civil society are the biggest and the biggest asset Somalia has that can actually effective and mutual accountability with regards to the Somali government and the donors. I think we need to get our acts together, and we can do better, because Somalia, in all aspects, politics, humanitarian issues, everything about Somalia is not as good as we want, or even closer to where we want. And I have 3 seconds, so I'll just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdurrashid. We'll move on to our next speaker, who's Abdurrahman Sharif from the Somalia NGO Consortium.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. I represent the Somalia NGO Consortium, which is a network of over 80 local and international organizations that work in Somalia. And the issues I want to highlight are simply 3, to keep it short and simple. First of all, is that for the diaspora to contribute to Somalia's future, remittances are key. But this comes with challenges, as banks have been putting in place more restrictive de-risking policies and closed accounts actually of customer base who they have deemed risky. It is becoming more difficult and expensive to send money to Somalia. And remittances, as we've heard this morning, is one of the most important resources that has contributed to the country and to the lifeline of the country so far. The other bit is that for the diaspora to be able to contribute positively, Somalia has to be part of the international financial system. That starts with working together to cancel actually Somalia's debt. It is not fair, and the country cannot be suffering for a debt that dates back to more than 30 years ago, when some of us, the youngsters particularly, were not even born. And those who are suffering of this at the moment is the young population of Somalia, who represent more than 70% of the country. I also want to highlight that for the civil society to prosper and to work well in Somalia, it also has to have a strong enabling environment. A vibrant civil society is key to a progressive society. And Peter de Klerk mentioned it in his early statement, that we need to put in place harmonized policies. We need one policy for NGOs and for civil society across the country. As I speak at the moment, if you want as a civil society to register in Somalia, you need to register in each different state. And the challenge comes also with a review of the constitution, because when we challenge the state and say as civil society organizations we don't want to register in 7 different places, they tell us it is a constitutional issue, because the only issue we share with the federal government is around monetary policy, foreign affairs, and defense. All the rest remains to interpretation. And so we need to be involved in that process of constitutional review to make people understand and the leadership understand some of these critical challenges that are faced. And I just want to highlight this because we've talked actually about the government being represented by diaspora, but the government also has lots of representatives who used to be civil society in the past. One of them is our special envoy here together. And I think we rely on you to support the growth of this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. Very constructive points. Thank you. I'll turn to Halima Adan now from Save Somalia Women and Children. Halima.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, Excellencies, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, I think we have one of the biggest challenge, I think, it's between the international community particularly and civil society in terms of trust. And this is in line with the risk management levels. So I think as one recommendation I would give is have risk management support mechanisms that are in place to support the civil society, because as you all know, they are the first responders for purposely the humanitarian crisis that we are in. They have access to areas where no other person have access to. So I think we should have a massive support in terms of funding opportunities, access to resources, particularly because they don't have the ability to secure financial long-term support. So having this opportunity sitting here in front of the federal government, but also the leaders of international communities, but also the donors themselves, I think the link of trust is not there anymore. So between the civil society directly to donors, what can we do to change this is to give them an opportunity to sit with you all and discuss on protocols and mechanisms that should be relevant enough to make sure that we respond to women and girls who are literally dying out of the drought response at the moment. The other one is about strengthening the voices of civil society and diasporas. And this is particularly at the decision-making levels, where now we have a very strong government. How can we be part of the national development plan in terms of implementation of it, because we play a massive role in terms of the social sector. So I think this is very crucial. We need to have that voice, and but also give an opportunity to include also different actors. And we are talking about disabled communities. We talk about minorities as well, and women. I mean, everybody here was saying that women have played a massive role since the collapse of the government. I think acknowledgement of that is very crucial. We are seeing levels of appointment of women representation, but we want to see more. I think we have more capability to do so as well. And then also, importantly, I think it's about the capacity building. And this is a long-term capacity building as opposed to project-oriented capacity building and trainings and workshops. Yeah? So we have to think beyond capacity building. And I believe that it's not only the humanitarian actors, responders I mean, but also the development actors should be part of the development of capacity, not only from the civil society, diasporas who are coming into the country to bring knowledge, but the locals, responders should not feel intimidated by the diasporas. So whatever knowledge they have, I think we should have sort of a niche between the locals and the international responders. Last but not least, I think the new partnership framework from the communique and then tomorrow about the discussion with the president and head of state, I think it's very crucial for all of us to make sure that we have constructive, this is going to inform tomorrow's meeting. So I think it is very important we grab the opportunity and make sure we are well represented into the whole aspect of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Halima. We're going to have a further intervention now from Gerald Waite. So Gerald, if you'd like to make your comments, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to say a few words about the relationship between remittances and more broader stimulation of the economy. We're aware of and spoken quite frequently this morning about the safety net aspect of remittances, less about the enabling conditions that we would need in order for that capital to be used more productively. In particular, firstly, I'd like to commend the progress that's been made with the World Bank and the Central Bank of Somalia in the supervision and registration of money transfer businesses. This is an important part of the picture and has led already to the licensing of 9 hawalas and 6 banks. I'd also like to note the importance of capacity development it's been referenced here frequently. It's a very important part of diaspora engagement. Speaking on behalf just of IOM, more than 400 diaspora have been placed within government, more than 100 government institutions within the MEDA program, a very important part of the support to the government through the diaspora. More probably needs to be done in directing diaspora towards financial management systems in order to enable public investment from companies in the economic system within Somalia. Also mentioning here that although IOM is one of the major players in the diaspora placement program, UNDP and the World Bank also have very significant programs. I'd also like to recognize the importance that some economists place in the need for national identity systems within Somalia in order to support more, for easier, more transparent, more secure transfers of money to and from Somalia. And also, that's a factor in keeping down the costs. As mentioned, primarily at the moment, remittances target the micro level, allowing households to meet basic needs, food, healthcare, housing. At the meso level, local economies are boosted by remittances and can be used to foster demands for local goods or services, job creation, increasing reinvestment, leading to gains at the macro level, at the national economy, at the level of the national economy. Remittance flows to households are critical, but at the same time, we need to raise the level at which we operate, looking at the way that the government manages the private sector within Somalia. How can this be done? Government need to strengthen their capacity to develop and implement policies, collect data on remittances, in order to be able to capture the full productive capacity of remittance flows, and to congratulate the government on the draft diaspora policy. We would, of course, advocate for a very broad consultative process in the finalization of that policy. Deploy diaspora to support federal government. I think that's the responsibility of the governments, and I think that's something that we could focus on in terms of ensuring that we provide direct human capital from the diaspora in order to manage the system. I'm very conscious that I'm running over time, so I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And lastly, we have a response from Abdi Sattar Gelle from the Office of the Presidency.
Thank you all distinguished guests and co-chairs. To talk about the vision of Somali government, of this enabling environment, we are aware that this government has come with a wider support of Somali society, including diaspora. The FGS knows the challenges that diaspora faces, the tension and the relationship between the locals and the diaspora, the institutions of many sending and banking restrictions. All these issues is the challenges that FGR are aware, and they are thinking, and the vision is going forward. All these issues will be addressed. The concerned agencies of Somali government. I hope before sometime this government is new, and all these issues will be addressed in time. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think in those interventions we've seen a very strong emphasis on remittances, on trying to focus on business and creating employment opportunities, risk management to support local organizations, and funding opportunities for local CSOs to access resources. Some very good points around the stimulation of the economy, so I hope we can continue those in the 20 minutes we have for discussion. Another area that we touched upon earlier on in discussions yesterday was about the federal government initiating an overall strategy for the diaspora and CSOs included in the National Development Plan, perhaps putting together a white paper, a policy paper setting out the President's vision and best practices for government engagement with CSOs and the diaspora to boost their contribution. So I think very much this lends to a similar topics that have been raised here. So we have some time. I'd like to open the floor. Please do raise your hands and introduce yourselves, and please keep your comments brief.
Thank you. It's come to the point where it's very close to my heart when you're talking about civil society issue. The first discussion, I was talking something.
Dini, please, if you could introduce yourself again, that would be great.
My name is Dini Mohammed. I represent South Central State Activist Platform called SOSENSA. It is a professional organizations and private sector and NGOs come together platform. So the issue of the civil society having an active role in helping the government to sustain is one of the issues that I would like to refer that Abdurrahman Sharif has mentioned, that there is no, because Somali history, it hasn't been a democratic system well before the civil society. And there was no active role in Somalia for the civil society. And still that culture of lack of active role of civil society still exists in Somalia. And especially the people who used to know how the government functions in Somalia previously still have the same idea of thinking or relating when they're making decisions and policies just to make themselves say the government matters and the public opinion, and especially the opinion of the civil society, matters less. So we would like to emphasize one particular issue, having had a brief meeting before this. If there is any possibility from, as well from Somali government, the UN, and also UK government who is taking the lead role for this event, and plus also other major donors on the table, we'd like to say if there is any possibility of including the communique. I see also the advice of the Swedish ambassador that if there's any possibility that would be taken into account, that the civil society will have an active role in the next 4 years. Given the experience we had for the past 4 years, we used to only mourn and complain because there was no policy. Everyone, when talked to the most diplomatic channel, say, okay, the government is very fragile, they cannot cope with the scrutiny of the civil society. At the end of the stage, they said, okay, they are not doing, we are not satisfied, because there is no the civil society role that takes accountability and transparency, hold them accountable to the, we like them to succeed. But when they focus less important issues, then we have to, as a watchdog, we have to say, okay, you are not going in the right direction, that in the public interest. So if there is no accepted role from international community, from Somali government, then I think the next 4 years will be less fruitful. So this is my on behalf of the, I think the floor, the majority of my colleagues we will want to convey to you, is there any possibility that civil society is given more role when it's policy design? I give you one example. The current conference. Dini,
I think we need to keep our interventions a bit short.
The final one, final word. Sorry, that's my problem. Somalis like to talk more. If, for example, the decision is of the conference, if we had ahead of the time be consulted publicly more widely, and people understand the outcome of this conference benefits them, it will be much better than when you suspect whatever comes. Is it will help us, or is it something else in the process? So that will help. So consultation is beforehand, not only one event or 2 events, but paper-wise, just as in UK, for example, you have the blue paper, white paper, then you consult with the public, give discussions, more mature discussions, and then later on, then we contribute. Then we can feel that we will be part of the process.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Representative, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Vemion Haynes. I'm the Deputy Ambassador to Somalia and Kenya. Just to say that You know, the Somalia diaspora in Norway is actually the biggest non-Western group. It's approximately 40,000 persons, and they are actually participating very actively in Somali politics. I can just mention that both the Prime Minister and the Speaker comes from the Norwegian Somalia diaspora. So I very much agree with what Abdirashid Hashi said, that what we need to see is also how can we facilitate their involvement more in business and job creation. And how a key question would then be exactly what could the government of Somalia do? What could we as a partner government do to put a framework or to put the framework conditions in place so that we could improve the impact of diaspora involvement both in Somalia and also in our own societies. And this is exactly where I would really support the idea of a strong national, well-consulted policy on diaspora. If you remember, the federal government of Somalia, they launched a foreign policy last year. And there is one chapter in that foreign policy on diaspora policy. But I think, you know, either it could be developed into a foreign and diaspora policy, or it could be a diaspora policy on its own. And I think key elements in such a policy should be exactly to see how we could work more structured and planned together in order to promote investments and joint ventures in business opportunities, and there are plenty, in sustainable energy, in agriculture, in fish farming. There are many opportunities in the oil and gas sector as well. And also how we can facilitate a more structured dialogue between the Somali government, our governments, and the diaspora in our countries on also skill transfer. In Norway, we will have a large group of petroleum engineers working in the Norwegian petroleum sector. They can be involved in building up the oil and gas sector in Somalia. And you would see the same within the finance sector. So this could be a part of such a structured dialogue, but the structure must come from the government of Somalia. You, through your policy, must lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've seen Adam Matan from Anti-Tribalism Movement. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Ahmed. Firstly, can I echo what a number of colleagues have said about UK's proactive and leadership-burning role of organizing third successive and international conference for Somalia. And as a Somali British, I am proud to see my government and United Kingdom taking this position to aid and support Somalia. And we are grateful as a Somali diaspora, as Somali British. And secondly, as many of you might be aware, a number of mainstream Western banks has closed the bank accounts of the remittances companies and turning the entire industry into a cash industry. And it is proving to be difficult for younger Somali generation to send money back home safely, legally, effective, and cost-effectively. So I wanted to explore the possibilities of getting the international partners and the Somali government to work together to ensure that Somali diaspora are able to send money back to Somalia safely and legally without criminalizing the community, because there are the issues of people taking cash back to Somalia, and there is a great risk around that. And we don't want to be accused or be associated with money laundering. So I think we need to work together to ensure that this particular industry are safeguarded.
Thank you very much. My colleague at the very end in the blue, and then the lady who's sitting closer next.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Prime Minister, distinguished guests, good morning. My name is Abdul Karim Jama. I am from City University of Mogadishu. I want to discuss two issues about enabling environment. There were many words about the youth, the needs of the youth, the unemployment that leads to join undesirable forces or travel and migration, and the need for employment training. There are over 100 universities in Somalia, mostly private sector, that produce very few skills. Training in vocational training that leads to the productive sector, mentioned fisheries and agriculture, and other services would be more helpful. I want to see how the partnership can help identify both the Somali government and donors the needs that exist and then tailor the training that's provided or areas that are supported to this. In City University, we have the only marine sciences program in the country that has a couple of PhDs and marine boats. We have taken on ourselves to, after we couldn't find people with terminal degrees in marine sciences, we have hired people from outside and are trying to train some 50 people to get PhDs over the next 10 years. Our first graduates will come out next year, and few countries have offered us to train students for a master's degree. Others are welcome if they would like to support. Similarly, we have some agricultural degree programs and vocational training, and I think what would be most helpful from the international community is to help improve the standards that these products adhere to, so that there is better opportunities for trade and markets, which I think will be much more beneficial than much of the aid that's often discussed and not very impactful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zahra Ahmed Korshin, and I am from the Somali Institute for Development and Research Analysis, in short, SIDRA, based in Garowe, Puntland. I am the Deputy Director, and I'm very, very glad and honored to be here today. I would like to make a few points. To begin with, we are talking about the diaspora and the civil society in Somalia today, and enabling environment, creating an enabling environment. I would like to acknowledge the fact that the very positive impact the diaspora has had in Somalia cannot have been possible without the very good work that the Somalis in Somalia have been doing during the war and after the war. And in particular, I would like to thank the presence and acknowledge the presence of Sahra Qorane and Mohammed Ali Farah, some of the very few people who are creating a very positive image of Somalia for others to come back. And I know quite a number of people who have come back to Somalia as a result of the very beautiful documentation and footage that these people have been able to put online for others to get inspired. So that, just to begin with, that, you know, before we came on board, the diaspora, that is, there has been the existence of already existing mechanisms and strengths to which we are contributing, and I think it's very important that we acknowledge that. Secondly, a lot has been said about the very important contributions that Somalis from abroad are making in Somalia, and not only from the Western world, but also from African countries in Africa. I know quite a number of Somalis who are working in Nairobi, in Kenya, in Zambia, in South Africa, who are coming back to Somalia to contribute positively, and I think it's very important to also acknowledge that input. I don't want to go back to everything that has already been said. I just want to make one point that I think was kind of left out, and I do agree with you all on the very important, that is the speakers before me, that is the points that we are making in terms of trade and remittances and economic empowerment of Somalia. But I think that the civil society and the diaspora, and this is a response to the question here on how best to strengthen the links between the diaspora and the civil society, men and women in Somalia. I agree with the gentleman from Norway that indeed we need to create positive collaborations and dialogue that give a very good illustrative example of how the civil society and the diaspora are working together harmoniously. I think that is a very good step, because there are some tensions in Somalia about the role the diaspora are playing in Somalia. But I think if the society, the civil society in Somalia and the diaspora come together and have systematic, consistent meetings whereby concrete results are achieved, I think that can play a very good role in creating a very good picture of the ways that these links can be strengthened. Secondly,
Sahara, I'm going to have to butt in there. Sorry. Thank you for your contribution. We have time for a couple more.
Okay.
My colleague in the blue suit sitting next to Adam, I think, wanted to make a...
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
Oh, thank you, Ahmed. I'm Abdurrashid Ahmed from the city of Minneapolis. I think the main objective for the diaspora engagement should be empowering the public institutions in Somalia, because without empowering the public institutions in Somalia, I don't think we can do that much when it comes to giving aid to Somalia. So here are the key points, 3 roles. One for the Somali federal government, that should be the lead role. The Somali government should come up with priorities and work with the diaspora. For example, many times we talk about skills. There are many skilled Somalis outside of Somalia who are willing and passionate to go back and provide or transfer that skills to those in Somalia. That's number one. Number two, I think we should get a well-coordinated engagement approach, thanks to the United States ambassador to Somalia for his aggressive engagement to the Somalis in the United States, because he has been engaging, listening, and understanding. So I would encourage the other ambassadors to do the same, and even create an opportunity where they can give the Somali diasporas in Europe, North America, to directly participate into the designing the initial stage of the development projects in Somalia. And the final one, which is support from the international community. I think if we get these three roles, we can come with a very well-coordinated diaspora engagement. Otherwise, within the USA, we have so many talented Somalis, so many organizations, so many different organizations. So we cannot do that much without coming effective approach that we can work with the Somali federal government and eventually build the capacity of Somali public institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdurrashid. I'd like to present over to Deek, Africa.
Assalamu alaikum again. My name is Deek Mohammed, Executive Director of Fursat Fund. I would just like to highlight, and I would like to see the federal government take a proactive role in extending the existing enabling environments for diaspora and civil society engagement in a productive manner. One example is the business registration. At Fursat Fund, we get a lot of questions from amazing, active diaspora, young people in the diaspora who want to come to Somalia and start a business, create opportunities and jobs. But the issue is the business registration process takes way too long. And I think maybe if the government can take a proactive role in extending these enabling environments and making it easy for civil society organizations and diasporas to actively get engaged and create opportunities and jobs. That's the best way to engage, I think.
Thank you, that's excellent. And finally, before turning back to the government's response, Jawahir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I welcome that the Somali federal government included the National Development Plan strategy to engage Somali diaspora, but also look ways of Somali diaspora can contribute. As a chair of Global Somali Diaspora, I know speaking to Somalis here in UK as well as globally, and our board members who are global representation, the Somali diaspora are crying really out to contribute to Somali and federal government development plan, how they can contribute. And I think if the Somali government can have action plan in terms of how that strategy in engaging Somali diaspora more proactively and effectively, action plan that can implement that strategy, I think will be very, very helpful. Because the Somali diaspora is here, and there is huge expectation from Somali people in the country as well as outside in terms of what Somali federal government can do. We know realistically there are a lot of challenges ahead, but Somali diaspora is here to support, and I think that action plan will be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now turn to the Special Envoy, Maran Yassin.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Very briefly, the Deputy Prime Minister will conclude, but I would like to touch upon issues on diaspora, migration, and civil society. Definitely, the National Development Plan has a very clear chapter on diaspora, as well as mixed migration, which really makes our National Development Plan one of the actually most advanced in Africa. And definitely the Ministry of Planning is working to make this implemented. I also would like to inform you that there's something that has been in a pipeline. As you are aware, the federal government of Somalia was very active in the Valletta summit, and out of the Valletta summit we have created our Somali National Action Plan post-Valletta based on the needs of the Somali federal government. And in that, we have actually highlighted the importance of the diaspora, among others, and especially on harnessing the efforts of the Somali diaspora to create more synergy so they can collaborate together to minimize the negative effects and to have more collaboration and avoid duplication, and that will be actually be finalized by this government, inshallah. The other issue that I wanted to raise is that we also need to invest in the Somali youth in Somalia after they graduated, because they are at the very high risk also for embarking on risky and irregular migration because they don't have opportunities. So we might think about a MEDA program for Somalis in Somalia, but also from non-European countries. In conclusion, of course, the civil society is a key actor in whole process, and Abdurrahman and Dini, as you remember, we could not have this provisional constitution if we did not have a very good collaboration between the civil society and the, at the time, transitional government of Somalia. And of course now we want to continue and definitely be sure that the government of Somalia recognize the efforts of the civil society, and of course I'm there as your voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, I'd like to invite the Deputy Prime Minister to make some remarks.
I will conclude later, but we will continue through the agenda. Yeah.
I think we've come to time anyway in this session, so I will be happy to hand over to Joanna Roper to take us forward to the next session.
Great, thank you very much indeed. We've heard a lot of very excellent comments and contributions today on how the diaspora and civil society can contribute to the development and humanitarian space, inclusive and representative political participation, and how to create an enabling environment to enable people to contribute fully. Specifically, we've heard a lot of very good ideas about how to turn these ideas into practical action, and that's the focus of this session for the next 15 or 20 minutes. So we have got a lot to cover, but we've already looked at how to influence and shape policy, the importance of skills and knowledge transfer from the diaspora to business and civil society, the role of first responders to the humanitarian response, the vital importance of remittances and working together and partnerships, and of the role of civil society holding governments to account as well. I'm going to call a number of speakers. I'm going to have to ask you to be very, very tight in your interventions and contributions, please. But let's start by taking this from the ideas into practical action. What are the next steps towards closer partnerships? So could I first call on Dr. Yusuf Omar, who I think is sitting to my right. Thank you very much.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm also a board member of Global Somali Diaspora as well. As Somalia is defined as a nation of poets, I could actually start with Lamadasho fiicna maamuusku wacana dadka meesha yimid iyo maalinku habboona. Of those of you who do not understand Somali language, I think your emotion and mood and feeling you can also understand as well. Just would like to share with you my feelings and thoughts regarding to diaspora civil society side event. It was a process of learning in my case, and it was rich and diverse and positive and constructive in nature as well. It has been highlighted the importance of trust building, peace and nation building as well. And that's in line with the vision of the President of Somalia, Mohamed Abdullahi Farmajo, and his public commitment when he said, my government is a government of dib u heshiisiin and dib u dhis, reconciliation and rebuilding. And in that sense, I think the Somali federal government, diaspora, civil society, UN, and UK, and Somali friends could actually think collectively and the best way to respond to the root cause of Somali challenge or the drivers of violence, education, employment, basic health, and enabling environment are essential and very, very necessary. Peace and security on one side and development are two sides of the same coin, and each one can facilitate the other one. And peace, in fact, it's only possible through partnerships. However, the discussion from yesterday and today was about these initiatives should be driven by a Somali perspective. It should be a locally owned project strengthened by the international community, UN, and friends of Somalia. The role of women and youth has been highlighted a lot, but what actually something that taken my attention was the important role of the people with special needs. Actually, their voices and views can touch the hearts and the minds of everyone. They are peacemakers in Niger. I might conclude very inspirational words, and also he could correct me if I misquote him, the ambassador of UK to Somalia, when he said, talking to Iran, Somalia is experiencing now the problems, the headaches, the challenge, of a country that is coming together rather than a country that is falling apart. So the Somalia really is coming together and is recovering. That's the reality. In conclusion,
Thank you.
the final
Could I
word.
ask you to conclude, please?
Okay, final word. The Somali government, diaspora, civil society should establish a platform that could follow up these activities.
Thank you very much. And I'm delighted to welcome the President of Somalia, President Farmajo. Good morning, sir. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today. We'll conclude this session and then we'll invite you, sir, to say some closing remarks. Thank you very much indeed. Can we move on to Fatun Adan, who I think is just over there. Thank you very much.
Good morning for everyone. We're talking about the whole. Thank you for everyone and the President and Deputy Prime Minister. And we conclude in how can we work together, the civil society, the government, and the diaspora. The way we talk whole day was we're talking about a good thing for diaspora doing in Somalia, but also another things we talk about it. We should talk about. It's the diaspora doing a lot of great things, but also we're talking about the knowledge. Somalia, we have a lot of knowledge. We have a lot of the local youth who are educated in Somalia and looking for opportunity to be part of it. And we shouldn't forget about that. Another thing the recommendation is reconciliation. We need a reconciliation as a Somalia. And the reconciliation, when we're talking about the dialogue, it shouldn't be waiting in the outside Somalia. We could do it in Somalia. And the one we actually suffering as a Somali, we are the ones suffering. And I think we should take steps. And if we really mean it, to be part of it, the change of Somalia in this room, and we all of it part of it, we can change. But if we just come into the conference and then leave it, that's not gonna change. So we need to follow up and be serious and involved.
Thank you very much indeed. Could I next call on Geeta Bandi Phillips, who is my right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Formaggio, Michael Keating, SRSG, guests. It's great to be here. I just want to say 3 recommendations going forward, what NGOs can do to help the new partnership. One of them being the new National Development Plan. This is one of its kind, and it's the first one since 1986. And the consultations have been real, fruitful, and all the NGO partners are raring to go and crack on. So that is quite exciting, and we are looking forward to it, and ensuring we work very closely with the federal government. The second recommendation I want to make, and all the humanitarian sector in Somalia has a big role to play, is the Grand Bargain. So the Grand Bargain talks about supporting the local organizations and trying to nurture them to become the partners we want them to be. So the reign of international organizations for the past 25 years has been brilliant, but I think it's time that the Somali colleagues take over from us and, start working for the development of their own country. And I think we are very excited, and there are lots of champions here in this room, so looking forward to working with them very closely. And the last thing I want to recommend or suggest is that I also chair the advocacy group for Somalia NGO Consortium. There is a vibrant group of advocates in Somalia. So please make use of us. So for example, we're talking about debt cancellation or averting a famine in Somalia. We have done some good stuff around averting a famine in Somalia. But if we are doing new things, we are voice of people, and the younger generation is there and wanting to help, so make use of us. Another side effect, not intentional, but a side effect, is that we have created a lot of cabinet for President Formaggio. So the humanitarian sector takes a big chunk out of new cabinet. So there are people who are actually helping. So let's keep building on it.
Thank you very much indeed. Some really constructive comments and suggestions there. May I pass over to my colleague on my right, Michael Keating, for the next intervention. Thank you.
Really? Well, thank you very much. Delighted to welcome you to this meeting, and I think you are an example to us all of someone from both diaspora and, may I even say, civil society, who's come back to enrich the future of Somalia. All I want to say is this has been a very productive discussion, lots of very practical ideas as to how diaspora and civil society can play a role in Somalia's political, economic, and social future. And I think if there's one message coming through, it's an appeal for a more structured approach to ensuring that engagement. There is no shortage of issues, but there's a sense that there could be a more deliberate and structured way in which the government can benefit from the intellectual capacity, the financial resources, and all the other attributes that civil society and the diaspora has. And so I think what some of us are being asked to do is to huddle after this meeting and work with colleagues to figure out what those more structured approaches would be, whether they're around the constitutional review, whether they're around security, whether they're around boosting investment and economic growth, whether they're around reconciliation or building capacity. So let me just
stop on that note and say what a great meeting, and I'm so grateful to everybody who has come to it, because we're going to have a long to-do list to come out of this, and we certainly want to work with you, Mr. President, and your government to make sure that the fabulous potential of the diaspora and civil society is fully realized in the months and years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I think I have one more possible speaker, and then we have a couple of minutes for other interventions, and I'll hand over to the President. Thank you very much. Do we have Abdi Sattar Gila in the room? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a federal government of states, we really had many fruitful discussions here. This discussion has been very important for us, and I hope we will address all the suggestions and the challenges you raise. To broaden the discussion and to share with you the vision of federal government of Somalia, federal government of Somalia want to see more Somali diaspora investment into Somalia with in line on government priorities. We would love to see more knowledge and expert transfer to Somalia with good cooperation of civil society and government under the guideline of government policies. And lastly, and the most important part, we would like to see Somali diaspora taking part action and advocating the interest of Somali people and urgent issues in Somalia. We are aware all the challenges you are seeing, but this government has come and enjoys with the wider support of Somali diaspora, and I hope you will see from us something that really addresses all that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that response. We had some very, very good constructive contributions there about knowledge, about reconciliation, about harnessing the energy and enthusiasm, and to make it practical and structured. Thank you very much indeed for your response, and I'll hand back to the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Before I invite the President to close, Mr. President, it's an honor for me to welcome you to this session on diaspora and civil society organization and youth as well. We have a very good and fruitful discussion on diaspora contribution on economic, political, and humanitarian interventions, and building trust between the role of between the diaspora and civil society and also the youth. We discussed the participation of women in decision making, peace and governance, the relationship between diaspora and local youth, the integration of the Somali diaspora in their respected countries, and how the Somali youth are now currently leaders of the country, not only the future leaders of Somalia, but already they have a positive role to play. I would like to conclude in a couple of words. The discussions were really fruitful, and the way forward for the federal government is that we do more investment, knowledge transfer from the diaspora. But I would like to remind you that this government is only 40 days old. We were approved by the House of Representatives on in the first day of April. President Farmacho was elected 8 February, and in 2 weeks' time, he appointed a Prime Minister who in 3 weeks' time appointed also, formed a cabinet. But we take stock of the positive contribution of this discussion and the noble ideas put forward. Now I will welcome the President to conclude.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. It's a great honor for me to be here today, this event on diaspora and civil society contribution to Somalia. Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to thank you all for organizing and participating in this event on diaspora and civil society contribution to Somalia. The federal government of Somalia do acknowledge the effort and support that Somali diaspora do provide to Somali people. Somali diaspora had always been and still is one of the main contributors to Somalia. They bring much needed capital, investment and knowledge expertise into Somalia. I am glad to announce that the federal government of Somalia will establish National Diaspora Agency, NDA, that will help and facilitate more diaspora contribution into Somalia. On the other hand, the federal government of Somalia does acknowledge the positive contribution made by Somali civil society to Somalia. My government will address the challenges that the Somali civil society face and facilitate their positive contribution to Somalia. I want to make just one announcement. Tonight we have a big event, and I will speak with all Somali community here in London. I wanted to invite you, all diaspora and civil society tonight, and I think it will be a great and more discussion event. Thank you. That's it?
And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a brilliant start to the conference.
Before I close, I'd just like to invite Mr. Muhammad Ali Farah, who is representing particularly the handicapped, and we haven't heard much about that today, to say a few words, and then we'll close up. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm called Muhammad Ali Farah, and I'm glad to speak in front of you. Also, I wanted to thank for UK government, United Nations, and Somali government for inviting me to come here to participate in this fruitful meeting. I wanted to say one thing that I have already yesterday put my effort in the pre-event meeting that we held yesterday, FCO. And I'm representing Somali Disability Empowerment Network. It's an organization, is a non-profit organization that works and assists the rights of disabled people. As we are aware, persons with disability in Somalia and many other countries like African countries and developing countries face huge challenges that resulted in their exclusion from the mainstream of the society, making it difficult to access the fundamental rights like economic, social, political, and cultural rights. So I would like and request this platform to highlight the issue of those unreported histories, or the issue of those people with disability that usually are segregated in every table. So that I request you to add the communique, either tomorrow meeting or today, this issue for disabled people In Somalia, people with disability are estimated 15% as WHO report 2001. So those people, they are a grave number. And we need to highlight or to address those people, to include and make it inclusive in every platform like these things. So thank you for allowing me to talk, even though it's the last time. I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. And I think the fact that you spoke last actually is an attestation of the fact of how important the issue is. I couldn't possibly do justice to the discussion that has taken place this morning. Already a lot of praising words have been said about it. Just a few points maybe. First of all, that we have a very vibrant diaspora and civil society in Somalia, and very close cooperation is required between that diaspora, civil society, particularly at the local level, if we want to avoid some of the tensions we have seen in post-conflict and fragile environments in other places. So this is very important. The role of the diaspora cannot be underestimated, not just in terms of transfer of knowledge, but also particularly resources. And clearly, we see that remittances so far has gone towards family support, but increasingly hope that would see these contributions from the diaspora also go towards more longer-term developmental and reconstruction processes. The role of women, clearly, this should go beyond the numbers. In spite of the major challenges that women still face in Somalia, they are major agents of peace and change in the country, and therefore we should recognize that and work with them very closely. Important role of diaspora and civil society in terms of building an enabling environment for the change, but at the same time we need to build an enabling environment in which civil society and diaspora can contribute to that change on a way forward. So we need to take away the different obstacles that may be in their way of actually cooperating. And then finally, just to say that civil society, NGOs, diaspora, will play a key role in terms of the implementation of the various roadmaps that we have agreed upon and will agree upon here in the conference. We'll be talking later about these, but in particular I want to mention here the National Development Plan, the Security Pact, and of course the National Partnership, the new partnership that we are about to conclude in the next few days. Thank you very much for your cooperation. It was a wonderful meeting, and I think we'll take a lot of conclusions forward out of this meeting. Thanks again.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellency, President Mohamed Abdullah Mohamed Farmajo, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, Your Excellency Mahdi Mohamed Gulaid, Deputy Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia, the Right Honorable Priti Patel, United Kingdom Secretary for International Development, Honorable Hadra Ahmed Douale, Minister of Trade and Industry, Federal Republic of Somalia, Mr. Mahmoud Abdi Ali Gaber, President of the Somalia Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Michael Keating, Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General, my colleague and sister Bella Bird, World Bank Country Director for Tanzania, Somalia, Malawi, and Burundi, Mr. Klaus Tilmes, my brother, who is the Director of the Trade and Competitiveness of the World Bank Group, Mr. Gabriel Negatu, Director General, Africa Development Bank, heads of delegation from development partners represented here today, senior government officials present, captains of industry, the backbone of the industry of the country, delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, with all protocol observed, good morning again. A warm welcome to all of you. My name is Sheikh Umar Saidi. I am the Africa Regional Director for IFC, which is the private sector development arm of the World Bank Group. I am truly honored and privileged to be part of today's discussion, which comes at a very critical time for Somalia, as we welcome and congratulate the new president and his government, and welcome captains of industry as well as development partners and friends of Somalia. We are gathered here to witness the signing of a historic agreement. President Mohamed Abdullah Farmajo and the government of Somalia, together with the private sector and the development community, are agreeing on a series of measures to boost economic recovery, create jobs, and prosperity for Somalia. The public-private collaboration agreement will include priority actions agreed for implementation, principles and processes to guide closer public-private partnership in the delivery of agreed economic priorities, a commitment from development partners to align development collaboration to the economic development priorities for investment as detailed in the Somali National Development Plan. The agreement will also be discussed at the plenary session on economic recovery tomorrow. We really thank the United Kingdom government and DFID, who have partnered with IFC and the rest of the World Bank Group and worked with the government, the private sector, and other donors to prepare this important event. We are seeing today, really what we're seeing today is a result of months of hard work and open and structured discussions and consultations under the public-private dialogue framework, which we have been involved in a number of countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a packed agenda. My role is very simple. It is to help guide through this event so we can give due thoughts to all these important topics that we'll be taking on. I really beg your indulgence that we stick to the time that has been accorded so we can take full advantage of the presence of His Excellency and his team to bring out the issues for discussion today. So, in that spirit, without further delay, let me invite His Excellency President Farmajo to address the meeting. But before that, let us give him a warm round of applause as he inaugurates this meeting and gives us his remarks. Excellency, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be here today in the presence of so many leaders from the private sector, along with my colleagues from government and friends from the international community. I'm glad to be part of this important gathering to discuss and share with the world's business community on the facts of Somalia. The facts are that Somalia, despite over 2 decades of civil strife, still is the 12th largest exporter of high-quality sesame seeds in the world. The facts are that Somalia has begun once again exporting the world-famous Somali banana, which was one of the biggest cash crops of our nation in the 70s and 80s. The facts are that Somalia in 2014 exported a record 5 million heads of livestock to market in the Gulf of Arabia thanks to heavy investment in animal disease prevention backed by the European Union and the famous entrepreneurial vigor of Somali business community. Somalia is the second largest exporter of sheep and goats and is the #1 exporter of camels in the world, with camel number estimated at 7.2 million. Somalia is also far the largest producer of camel milk in the world. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now breaking into non-traditional markets such as Malaysia and Egypt. With large contracts signed, we hope to see a doubling of current camel meat exports to a value of 378 million in 2017. People in these new markets are starting to demand the unique taste of Somali livestock as a result of organic methods used by Somali herders. Somalia currently has 3.5 million hectares of land under rain-fed and irrigated agriculture, but also has 6.7 million hectares of virgin land available for sustainable agriculture, not to mention the blessing of longest coastline in Africa that has the potential to yield 1.8 million tons of fish annually. The above figures will give the participants of this meeting a glimpse of potential of Somalia. Somalia's unique location could become the gateway to Africa with an excellent location facing the large market of the Arabian Peninsula and Gulf states, as well as massive and expanding markets of the Southeast Asia. These great facts are being complemented by the work being done in other areas of governance. There's no doubt that Somalia is firmly on the path to peace and prosperity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have a new inclusive government, and one of our stated main tasks is to develop our national assets, our long coastline and fishing industries, our entrepreneurial and dynamic private sector, and the resilience of our people. We have taken steps in the short term to improve administrative capabilities by modernizing tax collection and registering taxpayers. We also revisit tax legislations, broaden the tax base, and invest in robust system in the medium to long term. These remain at the top of our priority, and it is the only path that will lead to national delivery of public goods such as healthcare and education. We have made progress to the legislative framework, which is the key prerequisites for an enabling environment. Several pieces of legislation have been passed by the Parliament, including the Foreign Investment Law, Anti-Money Laundering, and the Procurement Bill. We remain committed to addressing corruption, passing the necessary bill for establishing the Anti-Corruption Commission and implementing an open government initiative. We have given specific focus to reforming expenditure management of the security sector, and it continues to make up a large percentage of our budget, beginning with the automation of payroll for security forces. We have started to look beyond the center, beyond a national fiscal framework that will allow for consolidation and the resource sharing. This addresses the inequality of access to resources among the federal member states. Although this will require complex political agreements, and building this arrangement will take time, there are steps we are taking today and that all the Somali stakeholders are committed to. And as we are here today to talk about a partnership between public and private sector, I would like to acknowledge and thank the private sector for all that it has done for their country. The capabilities of Somali businessmen and women is recognized around the world. In the essence of government and in times of great difficulty, the private sector has developed roads, electricity, provided banking system, security services, and developed a world-class telecommunication system. In fact, 3.7% GDP growth between 2012 and 2014 was driven by private sector-led growth in the service industry. The private sector contributes more than 90% of Somalia's GDP. The country needs a healthy, vibrant private sector to create jobs and prosperity for our young people. They are the engine of our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, our vulnerability to the terrible drought affected so many of our people shows how much we have to do. With a better planning, with a stronger growth, with improved security, we know that we could minimize the impact of these shocks and recover from natural and man-made hazards. This includes the diversification of our economy and increasing the skill set of our people. And for this to happen, change must be taking place. Changes is the way we manage our economy, work together and work with development partners. We want to strike a new kind of partnership which moves us forward and enables us to grow. The government will step up to provide the right governance environment for the private sector to grow and provide jobs to our people. In turn, we need our private sector to play their part, to support our effort to regulate and tax fairly, to open the country up to healthy competition while safeguarding within reason and international practices that nascent Somali enterprise in the economy, to help us improve compliance with regulation and the rule of law, and to work with us to grow their sector and provide opportunities for young people. That's why this Somali public-private dialogue is so important for our nation, to structure a partnership between government and private sector that will be able the basics for our prosperity and peaceful future. My administration will ensure concrete and tangible steps are taken to improve the business environment. I want to see growth in the priority sector that will underpin economic growth, such as energy and finance. In turn, my government will continue to support the growth of our traditional sectors, such as agriculture, fisheries, and livestock. That growth will enable the development of our private sector to integrate with the global markets and become global leaders abroad as well as at home. As a result, I wanted to see more generated revenue. A growing economy should lead to a stronger tax base and a government more capable of providing the public service and security that the country needs. The new administration is working with IMF and the World Bank on the necessary reform to public finance, transparency, and increased revenue generation for services. In conclusion, too many of our youth are without hope for their future. Many of them decide to leave, risking an uncertainty and dangerous journey for the promise of better life. Some of them turn to conflicts. I want something better for our sons and daughters. We are a young country. Let economic growth turn our youth into assets to develop Somalia and provide for them the hope and aspiration of better life in their own country. Over the next hour or so, let's hear about the challenges and also the opportunities for growth. Let's also hear about how our development partners can assist us. But in particular, let's focus on what we can achieve together and how we can work together and grow Somalia. And with that, I wish you a very successful discussion and looking forward to hear tangible outcome. And thank you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, for outlining very bold steps in terms of the actions of your government, but also for acknowledging the important role of the private sector. May I now invite the Right Honourable Priti Patel, the UK's Secretary of State for International Development, to make a remark. Thank you.
Thank you, and Your Excellency, honourable guests and friends, very warm welcome to all participants here today, and I'm very pleased to be launching this important event ahead of the London Somalia Conference tomorrow. As we've already just heard, all of us recognise that accelerating economic growth is fundamental to building a more secure and more stable Somalia. And we recognise that Somalia's young people in particular, they need a future. They need jobs, opportunities, and a stake in the future as well. And we recognise that only a stronger economy will ensure that Somalia becomes resilient to the drought and other shocks, preventing the risk of famine and resulting in the human misery that we have been seeing so far this year. But today's meeting marks a crucial moment for the new government of Somalia, as it sets out a very ambitious economic vision for the country. And I think also for the international community as well, this is a really important opportunity for all of us to demonstrate our commitment to Somalia's economic recovery. And so I think many of us will agree that today is a historic moment. Look at the partnerships that we have convened in this room today. And for the first time, we have brought the Somali government and the private sector together at an international conference. And it is a landmark opportunity to chart that path to a better and more stable and secure economic future for Somalia, but importantly for all of Somalia's people. His Excellency President Farmajo has set out his very clear commitment in driving forward private sector development. And I know that this is a message that is going to resonate throughout the international community, but in particular with investors within and outside Somalia as well. But I think none of us should underestimate the challenges. 7 out of 10 Somalis still live in extreme poverty. 6 out of 10 working-age adults do not have a job. And more than 2 decades after the conflict has left, a whole generation of young people still do not have the formal education and the skills that many of us take for granted. But at the same time, the economic potential, as we have just heard from the President, is absolutely enormous. Even at the height of the civil war, Somalia's highly entrepreneurial private sector continued to operate and function, and often filled the void of government institutions by supplying goods and services, from basic utilities to those important public goods such as healthcare and education. So the potential is there. But also there is a real risk that unless we tackle the constraints to economic development, the private sector will not reach its full potential and will not flourish and, of course, become that vital engine of economic growth. So unquestionably, Somalia needs a safe, predictable and competitive business environment based on rule of law. And of course, that is why we are here today. And this event will help us to identify the important list of practical and realistic reforms to address the binding constraints of the private sector investment in Somalia. And the Somali government will be making important commitments for improving the business environment, rightly through new legislation, regulation and policy. And also the business community will naturally make commitments of its own to create jobs, invest more, and also pay more taxes. So in terms of our support from the UK, let's be clear that without taxes there can be no public sector investment. To make that happen, Somalia needs to have, as I've said, the right kind of tax base, a revenue system, with the private sector being that fundamental partner. That is a matter of how we work together in partnership, but also that is a shared collective responsibility, and I would argue national duty as well. But it's a key priority and fundamental to Somalia, ultimately, to standing on its own 2 feet. And in the meantime, we recognise that the support of the international community remains absolutely crucial. And the UK stands solidly behind the Somali government's resolve to bring peace, stability and prosperity to Somalia. UK aid and everything that we do through my department in DFID is already helping to create tens of thousands of jobs, bringing land back into productive use, boosting livestock exports, rehabilitating roads, bringing clean water to hundreds of thousands of Somalis, as well as bringing better healthcare to more than 1 million women and children. And our commitment goes further than the financial support. For the 3rd time in 6 years, we are holding a conference here in London, bringing all of us together to accelerate progress towards a more secure and prosperous Somalia. And the UK support is enduring, but we need to see increased commitment from the whole of the international community as well. As we've heard, the President Farmage's new administration is giving top priority to boosting the domestic private sector and fundamentally attracting foreign investment. And with economic growth and jobs, Somalia and its people can support themselves to working their way out of poverty. And the National Development Plan rightly prioritises employment and aims to create 500,000 jobs over the next 3 years. But of course, this is about momentum and how we seize upon that momentum to drive the much needed reforms. And it's clear that international financial institutions have a fundamental role to play. The UK has been a strong supporter, we are a strong supporter of the World Bank-led multi-partner fund, which has played a vital role in helping Somalia to rebuild vital public sector institutions and systems. These include putting into place the foundations for sound and accountable public finance management system and improvements to civil society payroll as well, to ensure that the 4,000 civil servants are paid properly. Oversight of the all-important remittances sector is also being strengthened to ensure that money from the diaspora can flow reliably and securely back to Somalia, and future access to concessional financing will also be critical for public sector investment. And the UK will continue to be an important ally of the Somali government within the IFI re-engagement process, in exchange for continued progress in implementing all the necessary public sector reforms. In conclusion, there is no doubt, and I believe the new public-private partnership underpinning today's event can provide the crucial takeoff, that momentum for Somalia's economy, and that's what we all want to see. With the right commitment from the government, the Somali private sector, international partners, IFIs, we can accelerate that economic recovery, create jobs and opportunities for Somalia's people, but ultimately as well, ensure that we build a more stable and secure Somalia. And that is an international commitment that I think all of us in this room will stand by today. I will shortly be attending another event, side event, that's taking place here. But I do look forward to working with all friends and colleagues here today to really hear more about the commitments you are going to be making together. And I look forward to working with all of you because this is such a fundamental event. It really is. We are about to see great change and momentum. And in the meantime, I will now hand over to the event to my colleague in DFID, to Lindy Cameron. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Secretary of State, for a very hopeful and realistic message to all of us. And also thank you for hosting us. I'd like now to turn to Mr. Mohammed Abdullahi Abdi Martello.
Assalamu alaikum.
I would like now to turn to, sorry, I already spelled your name, so in the interest of time, my brother, go ahead. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. His Excellency Mohammed Abdullahi Mohammed Farmajo, the President of Somali Federal Republic, and Right Honorable Priti Patel, UK Secretary of State for International Development, and Honorable Khater Douale, Minister of Commerce and Industry of Somali Federal Government, Federal Republic, and President of Somali Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Mahmoud Abd Ali Gabaire, dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the President of Somali Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the entire Somali business community, I would like to express our gratitude and delight accompanying our President and his delegation to participate in this important event. As our President and Honorable Secretary already said in their speech, Somalia is blessed with abundant opportunities, untapped resources, but most importantly, friendly, business-minded people. In the midst of great challenges such as insecurity, lack of access to finance, lack of access to markets, and poor infrastructure, the private sector has somehow thrived, developing infrastructure, a banking system, modern telecommunication, security services, and industries like our advanced mobile money industry. But we are reaching a ceiling of growth without better regulation. The private sector was first engaged formally in dialogue with the government through the National Development Plan process. And as a result, we requested the government to continue and formalize the PPD. We didn't know much about how it can help improve our businesses or the relationship we might have with the public sector. 1 year later, we are confident we can use this Somali Public-Private Dialogue Forum, supported by the expertise of the World Bank Group, to make our discussions action-oriented so that we can see real changes rather than just talk. We are encouraged by the actions by President Farmajo and his commitment to working us to grow our country. And for it to be effective, we are prepared to invest time and resources, and we also need the government to formally endorse this forum and to commit their resources and energy to working PPD a reality in Somalia, to making PPD a reality in Somalia. Somalia private sector, led by the Somali Chamber of Commerce and Industry, strongly believes that a successful Somalia depends on a successful government with good governance, accountability, and transparency. We are ready and willing to work closely with our government to ensure the successful achievement of the goals set in the Somali National Development Plan, where more youth, women, and minorities is employed and the overall living standard of our people improved. Although trade between Somalia and the UK is lower than we would like, this country hosts some of the most brilliant Somali minds and talented youth who are key to overcoming the above challenges. They are also integral into improving security and curtailing dangerous migration and combating extremism. Britain, along with the rest of the international community, can help accelerate economic development in Somalia. Somalia is an investment destination rather than a war-torn country now. I am glad that the UK recognizes this through this conference. Thank you, and may Allah bless you all.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to Mr. Stefano Manservisi, the Director General for International Cooperation and Development, DEVCO, of the European Union. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, Your Excellencies, Minister, colleagues. Real pleasure to be here today and to contribute to this extraordinary challenge, which is to go further in the stabilization and development of Somalia. The European Union has been all over the year and will remain a key partner in this work that we're doing with our Somali friends. I would say simply give you a figure. In 15-16, the order of magnitude of what the European Commission has committed is 400 million in development aid, almost 100 million in humanitarian, and 655 million just for peace and security, basically to support AMISOM. I think that the challenge is to change the order of magnitude of these figures, and therefore to be able to intervene much more in support to your development plan, to the national development plan, in order to support a real development of Somalia. Therefore, first point is that building on the state, building on the capacity of the state to manage security goes hand in hand with the reconstruction and with economic development. We'll remain committed to that, but the two things are intimately linked. Second, I think that, as I said, we will even add new money, fresh money. Tomorrow will be announced in the order of 200 million euros, supplementary fresh money, in order to consolidate and even develop our development component, in order to be partnered with the private sector and with the public authority in order to create the conditions for a sustainable and genuine economic growth. What to do? I think that His Excellency the President said, first, to manage public finance in a transparent and in a responsible way, which means, as been said, to increase dramatically the domestic revenue collection, because so far the national budget is mainly made out of grant financing and remittances. Second is to improve the economic environment. I think that a solid national fiscal framework is extremely fundamental in order to also help in a more equitable allocation of resources between the federal government and the states. It is not just about enhancing or enacting new law. It is the first and foremost to implement the laws. Third, I think that also the use of natural resources should be done in a very wise way, to fight corruption, of course, but also to take the most out of it. And I would like to add the importance to improve the enabling environment for business. This is particularly important because it's not only an operation per se, but it's also an operation which should, in our opinion, and as you say in the document, to help stabilize and create a better balance between the federal governments and the states, because simply the harmonization of state and federal laws will dramatically improve this business environment. Private sector, then, I think that is crucial. We are here. We are keen to work with you, to advise, to use also the newly created External Investment Fund in order to mobilize public and private resources in partnership. We are contributing by 25 million to the World Bank Trust Fund, and we are about to commit 1 additional million to AFC to foresee support the public-private dialogue. We are part of the private-public dialogue, and I think we can also put at your disposal the experience of our companies, of our private sector, and all what we have been doing in order to build a vibrant society and a vibrant economy in the European Union. So therefore, not to take much of your time, because I think that should be a conference with operational outcome, I think that I would like to underline again that we are here, we will remain here, we will partner with you at all levels, institution, public and private sector, with our member states. You need to do your part, of course, and therefore we are partners also on this, in helping you in setting up a state. You have finished now the compact, you are into a new phase. We are all living, as it has been said, a very, very important part. We'll stay with you, with the resources, with expertise, and with a lot of friendship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like now to turn to Mrs. Bella Bird, the World Bank Country Director.
Thank you very much, Umar. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to be here this afternoon. And firstly, let me thank our hosts, the UK government and indeed the Somali government for including a special focus on economic recovery and indeed using this conference in London to boost the private and public sector dialogue. It's impressive to see so many colleagues from the Somali business community here today. This is not the first international conference on Somalia, and it won't be the last, but it's the first where I've seen the private sector represented and in such numbers, and it's an excellent step, as a number of speakers have mentioned. So let me first join with others and pay tribute to the role that the private sector has played in Somalia over the last 2 decades. The Somali private sector has been a backbone for Somalis in times of conflict, drought, and displacement. There are very few countries that emerge from 25 years of conflict with such a vibrant private sector, and I think possibly Somalia is unique in that regard. So the Somali people even now have access to some of the cheapest phone calls in Africa, and we see that around 70% of the population are using mobile money services. The livestock experts are record-breaking, I think, higher than any other country in the world, the live animals that are exported. And there are a number of other strengths which were mentioned by His Excellency the President this morning. So the strength of the private sector is definitely one of Somalia's greatest assets that can be leveraged as the country moves into economic recovery. But we also know that the challenges that Somalia faces are daunting. It's hard to imagine a country with the same level of challenges. And we've heard some of the data. 3 out of 4 Somalis is under 30. 1 in every 2 Somalis is poor. 2 out of 3 are unemployed. And we see that climate change, conflict, and displacement are putting livelihoods at risk. And an urbanized Somalia is emerging. Around 50% of Somalia is estimated now to be urbanized without basic services, livelihoods, and infrastructure. And in just the last few months, the drought has led to an additional estimated 600,000 displacement, or 5% of the population. So the challenges are certainly there. But recovery can and will happen. And the session here today with representatives from government, private sector, and international actors demonstrates the commitment that is present to make it happen. An effective working partnership between public and private sectors lies at the heart of any stable and prosperous nation. And while Somalia is at an early stage of its recovery, the public-private cooperation agreement to jointly accelerate Somalia's economic recovery that's being presented here today is an excellent foundation for the partnership you are building. And I wanted to highlight 3 critical areas from this cooperation agreement that we know from international experience are absolutely central to state building. Firstly, security. And His Excellency the President has made this the top priority of his leadership, and he is right to do so. The cooperation of both public and private sector actors in establishing an effective and accountable security system that will enable businesses to flourish is central. Secondly, revenue. The fundamental function of a state is its ability to raise revenue and utilize it to create public goods that benefit the people. The commitments in the agreement in relation to paying tax are critical. Somalia will struggle to move forward without building the tax base which allows government to deliver on priorities, including security. And I am confident that this can be done. And I understand that in the discussions this morning, the issue of tax administration and the lack of systems on tax administration as being a practical constraint for private sector actors who are already willing and ready to pay taxes is something that needs to be addressed, and certainly we'll be following up on that with other partners. And thirdly, priorities. The selection of 4 common areas around which to focus the public-private partnership for economic recovery is very commendable. And in a country like Somalia, where everything is urgent, it's extremely difficult to prioritize. So identifying infrastructure or energy, as the President was saying, ICT and mobile finance, agribusiness and skills is a very important set of priorities to really focus efforts. as is the focus on quick wins to build confidence in the process going forward. In addition, the Somali business sector will need to start embracing regulation. This is extremely important to build competition and confidence as you build your business environment domestically and businesses seek to extend their reach regionally and internationally. So today, as the Somalia Public-Private Forum is launched, I do want to congratulate the Somali government. The World Bank Group has witnessed across the world the fundamental importance of constructive and action-oriented dialogue between public and private sectors in spurring growth, job creation, and creating prosperity. Somalia's economic recovery can happen, but it can be done only if public and private sectors play their roles to create a win-win for public and private sectors alike. Creation of wealth, job opportunities, revenues for public goods, security, and future prosperity for the Somali people. I'm delighted that together with Omar and our colleagues at the IFC, the World Bank is able to support this Somali-led process. So finally, let me thank all of you, the UK, the Somali government again, for convening this group and for your leadership on this important agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bella. Now we turn to the second phase of this afternoon's conversation with a panel discussion that will provide context for economic recovery from the perspective of the government, the domestic private sector, the diaspora, and foreign investors. So with that, allow me to turn to Honorable Khadra Ahmed Douale, who is the Minister of Trade Industry of the Federal Government of Somalia, so she can give the context for this conversation before we turn to others.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm honored to address this esteemed gathering of leaders from the government, the private sector, and international development partners. I thank the co-chairs for promoting the important agenda in which economic recovery is recognized to be at the heart of the discourse on Somalia's stability. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by acknowledging the positive role played by the private sector in our society during the recent troubled history. In a nutshell, they provided a level of service and commitment which enabled the community through perilous circumstances. Now that Somalia is on its way to permanent stability, we are confident, with the government's help, that they will provide the economic progress and prosperity our people badly need. As a government, public and private sector cooperation is a cornerstone of our economic policy. The challenges before us require spirited commitment and inclusive buy-in from all of us. I would like to assure you that ours is an administration that is committed to addressing the barriers that constrain business and economic growth in Somalia. And you can rest assured that the government will be proactive, enthusiastic, and an efficient partner in the ongoing public-private dialogue. We would also implement promptly meaningful proposals coming out of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, our state-building agenda is driven by a strong vision to revitalize our public institutions and the delivery of efficient services. Our collective understanding, which has been validated by the series of consultations with the private sector counterparts, is that we must immediately and consistently focus on the systematic barriers to business growth and economic recovery. This includes a determined cross-sectorial approach to improving the security situation, implementing reforms in vital areas such as taxation, business, regulation, and the elimination of the so-called red tape. We'd also endeavor to reduce the crippling cost of doing business through lower energy tariffs and other necessary utilities. To achieve this, there must be the unwavering commitment from all parties in order to make this a reality, especially against a background of fragility and competing priorities. It's worth pointing out that we have already successfully implemented urgent and overdue reforms in public financial management. Parliament has passed key legislative programs designed to regulate and encourage financial services in general and foreign investment in particular. Other equally important legislations are currently in the pipeline, and I wish to take this opportunity to convey to the commitment of the government to prioritize and fast-track these legislations. In spite of the many successes, which we can be justifiably proud of, it is important, ladies and gentlemen, to acknowledge the severe challenges and obstacles that often undermine our efforts. First and foremost among these is the crippling debt burden, which we are currently shouldering. It curtails both public and private sector growth, and it denies us our rightful access to development funds and private investment. As we look to initiate large-scale infrastructure programs, we are confronted with the impossible reality that because of debt burden, financing vital infrastructure projects such as roadworks, dams, ports, and power generation plants becomes all but impossible. To relieve us of this burden, it is beholden on our bilateral and multilateral partners to make the necessary commitment to implement the often discussed debt relief agenda for Somalia. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, which I am proud to lead, is committed to creating an enabling environment for business, be it local or international. We're working hard to improve the quality and ability of market research and to provide relevant information on aspects such as company registration, promotion, and regulatory requirements. We're also focused on finding innovative solutions that allow us to implement reforms quicker and with better results. Key to our success will be an environment where private actors and public officials can discuss the regulatory and competitiveness environment in a systematic fashion. When the private sector has input into policy design, the business community develops a sense of reform policy ownership, which making policies more likely to succeed in practice. This is why my ministry has worked to initiate the Somali public-private dialogue with the Chamber of Commerce, and it is why the dialogue will be strengthened and scaled up to address the priorities identified by this conference. These efforts are not limited to my ministry alone. The process of private sector development reaches across many ministries. The Prime Minister has created a cabinet committee for the economic comprising the relevant line ministries. This committee will be a designated secretariat that would service its workings and coordinate workings of relevant government agencies as well as the private sector, and will support implementation of the PPD reforms. It will be empowered to track progress, engage stakeholders, and collect the data that will inform our priorities and achievements. This is a demonstration of the requisite political will we're availing to overcome the challenges that we face. In conclusion, we're a strong pro-business, pro-growth administration, and I invite all of you to be part of the process. We're open for business, and we mean business. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for such a hopeful message. I will now turn to Mr. Dalmar Hassan Kanyare, the National Development Plan Coordinator for the Federal Government of Somalia, to make a presentation of the package of recovery priorities drawn from the National Development Plan. Mr. Kanyare, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Khadr Duale, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and SRSG of UNISOM, Michael Keating. I would like to thank everybody who's participating in this meeting today. Everybody has got their presentation in their information booklet. In the interest of time, I'm going to summarize as much as possible all the info that is in there. Firstly, the objectives of this presentation from the federal government of Somalia is to focus on the underlying constraints of economic recovery and resilience in Somalia, integrating the three most important elements, being the Somalia National Development Plan, the Somali Public-Private Dialogue, as well as the PFM Action Plan and Roadmap to IFI arrears clearance and debt relief. These processes were not technocratic exercises that were done within closed doors, but rather the result of a 2-year process of consultations across Somalia. We have managed in conjunction with the private sector to talk about the national priorities of the priorities for Somalia, for early implementation. The reality with a country such as Somalia that is just coming out of a situation of civil strife for close to 25 years is that everything is a priority. But now we're talking about the most important ones to change the story about economic growth in Somalia over the next few years. Finally, we're going to talk a bit about our proposals for mobilization of public, private, and domestic international resources behind the priorities we have outlined. We talk about the analytical framework of the economy, the key constraints in the economy and potential entry points, accelerating economic recovery and resilience, creating the enabling environment in conjunction with the private sector, as well as financing. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 60% of GDP is derived from natural resources. Consequently, Somalia is very vulnerable to environmental degradations, as well as the changes in the environment that have been happening over the past few years. Increasing frequency of climate shocks in the Horn of Africa is highly exposing it to recurrent cycles of drought, flood, and animal problems. The current drought has displaced over 500,000 people and will have medium to long-run implications on the economy and livelihoods. Somalia currently is dependent on humanitarian aid to the tune of $400 million to $500 million per annum. That is the reality that Somalia as a country is facing with. We moved on from that to start talking about how the federal government of Somalia in this reality, in conjunction with the private sector, will be able to move forward. Decades of no investment or maintenance has led to deep deficits across all infrastructure categories. Energy access is among the lowest in the world. Energy prices, although they're coming down considerably, very soon it's going to reach a point where there has to be concerted effort from the government as well as the private sector to continue reducing the prices of energy in Somalia, as well as increasing the access to electricity of the people of our country. Transport infrastructure is in severe need of investment. The transport sector needs estimated, at the most recent estimation, is $1.9 billion. Ports are in need of investment. Roads are in need of investment. The reality is also that Somalia, after so many years of civil war, over 50% of Somalis live in urban areas. Urban areas provide a shock absorber for populations in time of drought and conflict. They're export nodes, but the reality is, although there can be a huge potential for economic growth in Somalia, if we do not start addressing that reality very soon, they're going to be a source of concern. Somalia's economy is dynamic, urbanized, high consumption is financed by remittances with a vibrant private sector. Livestock, Somalia is the largest exporter of live animals, contributing 40% of GDP. Remittances, 1.5 billion in 2016, or 25% of GDP, is the highest in the world, pointing again to the solidarity of the Somali people across the world. Telecommunications, Somalia has some of the larger mobile money penetration rates on the continent, again pointing to the ingenuity of our private sector who managed to do this in the teeth of civil strife in Somalia. Unfortunately, our private sector has tried and is now facing the reality of poor access to finance, low skills, and a lack of proper labor market systems, limited access to non-traditional overseas markets, as well as lack of proper applied government regulation. Ladies and gentlemen, for the very first time, the World Bank has included Somalia in the survey of the Doing Business Survey, the Global Doing Business Survey. And unfortunately, Somalia was the 190th country out of the 190 countries that were surveyed. This is quite a shock to the system, and yet it gives us an opportunity moving forward. Somalis are mostly young, poor, and vulnerable. Every second Somali lives in poverty. Many more are vulnerable to fall into poverty due to shocks. 91% of Somalis are under the age of 40, and the rates of youth unemployment in Somalia are one of the highest. We looked at those realities as a federal government, and we started talking about what we want Somalia to look like after the National Development Plan. We aim to reduce abject poverty by reducing the poverty incidence by 2% annually, stimulating a vibrant economic sector with a targeted stable growth of 3 to 5% annually, increasing employment opportunities and decent work, particularly for the youth, targeting at least the creation of 500,000 jobs, and more resilient communities being the result of this. We believe it's doable, and I'll walk you through that moving forward. Our priority program areas, the first one is enabling infrastructure as well as basic water access, renewable energy. We talk about the context, the objective, which is leveraging the private sector activity to lower the cost and increase access of energy. We talk about our investment priorities of Somalia, as well as the responsibilities in conjunction with the private sector that the government needs to fulfill in terms of enabling policies. Basic water access as well, our objective being productivity and resilience by rehabilitation of key water systems, and the sort of policies we need as a government over the next 3 years to implement. Connectivity, improving market access for traders and consumers through the whole gamut of infrastructure development that is needed, as well as the sort of enabling policies in the areas of vocational training and creating a PPP policy and law. The second priority program area is employment generation through agribusiness, developing opportunities for value addition and exports, maximizing full potential of small-scale fisheries, minimizing post-harvest losses, as well as increasing public revenue from licensing offshore fleets, as well as increasing agricultural production in Somalia, expanding the value chain, and export-oriented crops. The government realizes the sort of enabling policies it needs to develop over the next few years. It has laid it out in conjunction with the private sector, and we're moving forward along that roadmap. The third priority program area we're talking about is increasing the skills and finances, the skills of our youth to be able to participate in the future growth of our Somali economy, as well as developing the sort of innovative financing models that will be able to respond to the challenges, the unique challenges of Somalia's economy. When we talk about the enabling environment, we are looking at formalizing the financial sector through licensing and supervision and restoring the credibility of Somalia's currency, establishing necessary legal and regulatory frameworks and addressing issues of transparency and corruption, improving access to business services and ensuring a level playing field. Government also must effectively play its role in establishing effective fiscal policies, strengthening public financial management, including credible budget, robust payment systems, and expanding budget beyond the wage bill to address public goods and services. Ladies and gentlemen, although the sort of policies and legal framework that the Somali government needs to develop seems daunting, we also have to look a bit at the successes that we have managed to reach so far. Since 2012 to 2016, a whole host of laws and policies have been enacted by the Somali Federal Parliament in conjunction with the private sector, from the Central Bank Act to licensing being issued to banks, to a financial governance strategy being articulated in 2015, and hopefully by the end of this year, the PFM reform action plan being put into place. Access to financing is a key enabler for economic growth. Prudential policies for the formalization and growth of the financial sector in Somalia are underway. There are emerging systemic challenges facing the financial sector in Somalia. For instance, most of the banking sector is characterized with relatively low capital, liquidity risks, and large structural risks. Current withdrawal of correspondent banking relationships in the financial sector service providers has impacted the Somali financial sector. But the federal government is also responding to those challenges. Work is underway to develop and implement key regulations for banking and money transfer businesses, as well as building supervisory capability of the CBS, Central Bank of Somalia. The Central Bank of Somalia, with advice and assistance from the IMF, is establishing a roadmap for a comprehensive national currency reform, taking into account the underlying situation, security issues, and socio-political factors. We realize that although the private sector of Somalia is very entrepreneurial, it is facing a challenging and hostile business environment. Private sector consultations have highlighted the lack of security, expensive or uncertain, poor quality infrastructure. Weak regulatory delivery has been cited in the National Development Plan and by the World Bank as an obstacle to growth. FGS, as well as the states, are starting to develop and implement, unfortunately, independently, investment laws and regulations, which complicates the regulatory landscape at the moment for investors. Somalia has started addressing those issues by developing a Foreign Investment Act, an e-registry of current commercial laws and regulation, which will provide a short-term baseline to enable compliance, as well as reviewing of the company law, contract law, and putting in place effective dispute resolution mechanisms. Finally, I'm going to talk about the financing opportunities that we're looking at. Aid flows right now to Somalia are currently prioritized towards short-term imperatives. The new partnership agreement that we're going to talk about tomorrow is calling for alignment of donor funds to NDP priorities, which are longer term. Economic growth and infrastructure currently are the least funded pillars. New sources of funds and alignment of donor funds to the top economic priorities is required, and delivery can be challenged to the multi-donor trust funds. Increased use of innovative funds to leverage private financing as well is something that the Somali government, in conjunction with the private sector, is looking at. We realize right now that Somalia's domestic revenue mobilization is very low by international standards, just 1.9% of GDP, whereas in neighboring countries of East Africa, it ranges between 13% to 20%. Revenue generation, I think, goes without saying, is critical for the government to achieve sustainability. The tax system needs to be overhauled. The current tax system is almost obsolete and needs to be redesigned. The government is going to concentrate on providing an enabling environment within which the private sector can prosper. Towards that goal of cooperating with the private sector, a public-private cooperation agreement is going to be reached today with the private sector to jointly accelerate Somalia's economic recovery, developing and strengthening regulatory frameworks, policies, as well as the capacity of Somali businesses to enable a private sector-led economic recovery and establish a modern business environment based on rule of law and in line with applicable international standards and norms. I'm going to talk a bit about the highlights from the roadmap of PFM reform in Somalia. The reality right now is that Somalia's current 5 billion external debt and arrears constrains its state-building, economic recovery, and resilience efforts. Somalia is starved of new financing, and it keeps away foreign investors and lenders. More generally, high debt and arrears weaken government economic policy. The high-level roundtable on Somalia, which is 2017 spring meetings, endorsed a milestones-based roadmap towards normalization. Delivering on priorities in the PFM action plan, cash management and expenditure controls, fiscal federalism, separating upstream and downstream functions, improving financial reporting, as well as creating more reliable macroeconomic data such as balance of payments, national accounts, inflation, etc. I personally would like to tell you a little bit about the whole process. We are very soon, we have gone through the whole of Somalia, meeting over 2,000 Somalis in this process. And I would personally like to thank the way the private sector of Somalia has led the agenda. I appreciate your time, and I return it to the moderator.
Thank you very much. We are seriously running out of time. And we have very important speeches also to come, this time from 4 CEOs who will give us a sense of the opportunities and challenges. Without any further ado, I would like to turn to Jibril Hassan Mohammed, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Premier Bank of Somalia. You have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me here. My name is Jibril Mohammed from Premier Bank, and I'm going to speak to you today on behalf of the financial sector of Somalia. Given the importance of this industry, I'll be mentioning some challenges, opportunities, restrictions, and achievements the financial sector of Somalia is currently facing. Challenges are too many, so we may not be able to summarize everything here, so we're going to be taking, the time and load challenges. The first one is lack of effective financial operating framework. This is a big challenge in Somalia for this industry. Lack of skilled staff, lack of stock market and securities exchange, lack of insurance companies. Imagine as a bank keeping millions of dollars in your vault without insurance, it's a big challenge, in this industry. Weak regulatory framework and high operational costs are also other 2 challenges. But we still have opportunities available for this financial sector. There is a need for proper financial sector in the country, less competition in the market, need for microfinance institutions, provision of mortgage financing products, opportunity for stock market and security exchanges that the country has none, opportunity for insurance companies. This may be the current available opportunity for this sector in Somalia. We also have restrictions facing the Somali banking system. The number 1 is legal risk. The banks in Somalia are exposed to even higher legal risks because of the current legal system of the country. This is because of the years of conflict that has made access to justice and rule of law limited. For the last 25 years, only customary laws were in place. More financial laws are required to be enacted by the government of Somalia to attract more investors into the country and to ensure the success and the development of the banks in Somalia. Credit risk. The credit risk is always interlinked with the market risk. The ability of the borrower to repay the funds will depend on the market. This is particularly important for a developing country like Somalia, where the market is very not developed. Operational risks. As an emerging country, Somalia faces even greater operational risk because of the lack of proper infrastructure in the country. There is more need to train employees and also the fact that the country has survived without a banking system for over 25 years. In such an environment, it's very difficult to attract customers in this sector. Political and economic instability. Somalia is still considered to be a high-risk country globally. Even though the country has never been subject to any kind of sanctions, both economic and trade, but still Somalia banks are facing stiff challenges in regard to establishing correspondent banking relationships. Financial Action Task Force membership, as of now, Somalia is not a member of the Financial Action Task Force. The government of Somalia may consider to enroll themselves to Financial Action Task Force in order to facilitate the Somali banks to explore and establish correspondent banking relationships with foreign banks by providing more comfort to foreign banks from the point of AML compliance. Payment mechanism, as of now, a proper payment mechanism is not in place in Somalia, but the Central Bank of Somalia is working on it, and a payment mechanism system will soon be introduced. So those are the restrictions we are facing currently, but still some achievements has also been done. Number one, that we are committed to comply the global compliance requirement, and we believe without it we cannot even survive, the industry cannot even survive. Some banks in Somalia, after stiff scrutiny and vetting of the compliance system and procedures by MasterCard and Visa card, they become the licensed affiliate partner in Somalia. This is a good sign for such a country of Somalia, like this time, you know. We have invested too much to enhance our internal compliance system in a way acceptable to global banks and regulators to explore opportunities for establishing correspondent banking relationships. We have qualified ourselves in compliance-wise for so many occasions. We have been approved for so many other occasions, but banks generally convey their final reluctance in not willing to take exposure on Somalia due to the fact that the country not being a member of the Financial Action Task Force group of countries, and is also universally considered to be a high risk. This is when you feel that being in Somalia or even doing a business in Somalia is a crime. So, with all these challenges, a lot has been done, and many other more developments can be done, but with the help of the government and its partners. Financial Reporting Center has been formed. Banks and money transfer companies have shown their willingness to work with them. Financial Reporting Center is working hard to enhance the awareness of the financial sector and to enforce the current financial laws and introduce others where required. Somali Banking Association has been formed, which is another development in the banking center. The association is willing to work closely with the Central Bank and the FRC. A step forward toward Somalia joining the Financial Action Task Force community has been taken. Somalia now is an observer of the Middle East and North Africa Financial Action Task Force. We soon expect Somalia to be a full member to enable us to come back to the global financial systems and give comfort to foreign banks from the point of compliance as required. We believe that adhering the global compliance requirement is only what makes this industry to survive, and we are ready for it. So from this event, we request the government of Somalia to work hard with the concerned regulators and address their requirements. Only a healthy financial system can contribute to the development of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now turn to Mr. Abdirashid Douale, CEO of Dahashil Bank. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All political observers, and I just would like to welcome all the commitments and the remarks that has been made earlier. We're very grateful for the Somali president, for the commitment he made working with the private sector. We're also very thankful and grateful to the Secretary of State. Somalia will only move to the next step, private and public institutions working together. And the private sectors are committed to play their part. We have played an important part for the last 25 years, and we would like to continue with the new environment where Somalia is moving for rule of law, creating jobs, work with the international community. We will also like the international community to work with the private sector as well, because without all of us working together, we cannot move to the next step. And I agree with the remarks Jibril made, where international banks and the international correspondent institutions can work with the private sector in Somalia. Through that, we can create jobs for the youth, unemployed, fight together poverty, and fight together on crime, but also causes of crime. So thank you very much.
And thank you for really setting a tone. So we will all aspire to do exactly what you just did, to go to the point, and so that we can we can also finish on time. Thank you, my brother. So I would like now to turn to a different sector. That's the energy sector, to Mr. Mohammed Farah, who is Ali, who is the CEO of Banadir Electric Company. You have the floor.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's no secret that the delivery of public services has been managed by the private sector for decades. And as the private sector, we are happy to have a government which is slowly becoming more capable of providing basic services for its citizens. Somalis are known for their innovation and their resilience. For the energy sector, we have been quietly rewriting its history with an energy plan to light thousands of homes and businesses across Somalia. This means providing much needed connectivity to the youth, lighting up businesses for economic growth, and providing lighting on streets to make sure that they are safe. Ladies and gentlemen, we did all of this without the presence of a regulator, that is, a government. But today, we don't have to struggle as we have capable and committed government, and we are happy to engage with them to create better environment for all Somalis. I believe sustainable economic growth in Somalia depends on affordable and reliable access to electricity. Somalis pay some of the highest tariffs in the world for energy, yet the country has among the highest potential of any African country for onshore wind power and one of the highest rates of daily solar radiation in the world. As the private sector representative, I want to push for clean and sustainable energy in Somalia. This includes investing in the green energy solutions to combat climate change, which is perhaps one of the biggest challenges. We also want more households to have access to electricity. In fact, by 2020, the private sector will aim to provide electricity to every household in Somalia, inshallah, by the will of God. This will, of course, take into account 3A's principle, which is affordability, accessibility, and availability to basic services. The private sector is open for investments and will do everything within its power to make the business in Somalia as smooth and transparent as possible. We are open for joint ventures, partnerships, capacity building, and strategic investments to ensure economic growth and equitable development for Somali citizens. We have to bear in mind some of the challenges we have experienced. There is an issue related to security in which we are all painfully aware of. I'm glad that the government has made pledges on ensuring the security of our businesses and our people. The second issue is related to skills. We have a generation of young men and women who have not received the education, the proper education and training in which they are entitled to. This has long-term consequences which exemplified by the shortage of engineers, clean energy technicians, and electricians in our communities. I hope all of you listening are ready to invest in training our youth in Somalia in these subject areas. I also hope you encourage the diaspora state in these crucial subjects to work in our country. Finally, there is no clear guidelines. One of the problems is there is no clear guidelines on the relationship between the government and the private sector. Change in government often leads to change in regulation, which are seldom fair for the private sector. A change in government shouldn't mean a change in a way business done in Somalia. This is why the private sector is very excited about engaging with the government in this public-private dialogue forum. It gives us the opportunity to engage within the government to progressively establish a modern business environment based on rule of law and a fair, predictable taxation system. But most importantly, it assures that the government will develop and strengthen its regulatory policies to enable private sector-led economic recovery that benefits all Somalis. In short, it means that we can build trust with one another to benefit us all. I thank you for joining in this crucial meeting, and I hope...
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad we are around this table to address the same guidelines that you're talking about between public and private. So inshallah, we'll get there. So for the last industry that is represented here, it's ICT engineering. And I would give the floor to Nasra Ajil, who is the CEO of Descon Engineering. You have the floor.
My battery just died.
ماشي تحري no here هلكا
I apologize, everybody. My battery just died as the floor was given to me. Did it start? It's not really.
Swap, please.
Sorry. Yes.
There's one next to you. Have one. Okay.
It's not on. The red light is on. Yeah. Oh, okay, now it's off. Yeah. It was on. Yeah.
The private sector needs energy.
So say something while the computer is coming. Introduce yourself.
Just bear with us. We should be there shortly. She will let us know.
Okay.
Oh, excellent. Go ahead.
All protocols observed. My name is Engineer Nasra Amin Sharif Akhil, or in English, Nazra Agil. I came back to Somalia. Sorry. It is my absolute pleasure and honor to be here before you all to share my experience as a in Somalia as a woman in business, and in particular, a woman in the construction business. I came back to Somalia 4 years ago with the hope to rebuild my nation. I opened up my own construction company called Somtech and an architecture engineering firm called Descon. And in the few years we've been operational now, and with hard work and dedication, we managed to go from small villas for individuals to now building the European Union base camp inside Mogadishu Airport next to the British Embassy, one of the largest constructions inside the airport, and the Ministry of Finance building in Hamrwena funded by the Swedish government.
This requires an applause. I'll give you some time.
Thank you. In a day, we have about 200 employees working in our projects, bringing livelihoods to the people. But nothing good in this world ever comes easy. So let me go to the challenges I faced as a woman in business, and then as a woman in the business of construction, which is a whole new ballgame, which is another ballgame. The challenge I face every day as a woman in business is a sense of being undermined and not valued compared to my male counterparts. I think the best way to demonstrate this is through examples. The first example is one with my driver. I was in the car one day, and so was my male counterpart, and and he was busy on the phone, and I asked the driver, can you please take us to such and such place? And he replied, huh? I'm like, can you please take us there? What? And then the third time I said it. And then my male counterpart overheard this conversation, and he looked to the driver. She said, take her there. And he jumped the gas to the pedal, like you can't imagine. He almost ran over pedestrians. Second challenge I face, which also goes under being undermined or undervalued, is like whenever there's business dealings being done, they don't want to directly deal with me. They'll be like, but where's the male figure in this? As if I cannot make decisions about this. And there's many more, but to save time, I'll just move on. This is the challenges I face as women in business. Now the challenges I face as women in the construction business are even more challenging. They're challenging everywhere you go in the world, but in Somalia, it's even more difficult. For example, I think the most obvious one being the health and safety hazard to my health. Wearing this kind of loose clothing and it's not very conducive to being on a construction site. And even me dressing like this, I have the issue of them all staring at me as soon as I step onto the site, and they tap each other, hey, look, she's here again. Furthermore, if I ask them to do anything, they just have this huge grin on their face and they nod. They're just more interested in hearing me speak than to hear what I have to say. The stairs are quite difficult. It just even makes you forget how to walk sometimes. Now, how to overcome these challenges? This, I think, is a responsibility upon all of us to do our part. I believe the solution is to make the woman financially independent. And how to do this? I believe education is the first step to everything. It's key to give every girl in Somalia equal opportunity to education. And secondly, to have a status quo in all organizations, public, private, government, all levels from CEO to cleaner, that the woman should have a status quo and should be represented. We are 50% of the population and should be reflected as such. I just want to give an example. Women have the most unique character that is like salt. Her presence is never remembered, but her absence makes all things tasteless. Now, moving on to infrastructure. I have a unique perspective on this, I believe, since I not only work in the private sector, but I also do lots of work with the public sector as an advisor and consultant. I have worked with the Ministry of Planning, International Cooperation, the municipality, and most extensively, the Ministry of Public Works, Reconstruction, and Housing. Somalia has recently developed the National Development Plan for the first time. In 28 years, we have a plan, and this is something that we should all be very proud of, because fail to plan is plan to fail. I worked with the Ministry of Planning and International Cooperation on the National Development Plan, the infrastructure pillar. So I understand the importance of infrastructure to the economic recovery and development, because it creates jobs, which is labor intensive, and secondly, it connects markets locally and internationally. And I believe it's a driver of peace, because no one with livelihood and assets wants war. So, my message today is that of hope. Yes, there's huge challenges when it comes to Somalia's infrastructure, as it was destroyed from this devastating civil war we experienced. There's also huge opportunity to rebuild our infrastructure, taking advantage of the modern day advances and technologies to rebuild a sustainable and environmentally sound way. For example, currently our energy is the most expensive in the world. I'm sure this has been mentioned, about $1 per kilowatt, and this is very hindrance to business. And most people are still in the dark. We have sunshine year-round, and we're in an optimal position to take advantage of solar power. Somalia also has the best winds in Africa, so we can use wind panels to create renewable and affordable energy sources. And also water. The effects of climate change has never been more apparent than now in Somalia, as we're going through droughts. Global warming is a global issue, but its effects are weighing heavily in the East African region. We must now develop our water infrastructure systems to utilize rainwater harvesting and water storage system in rural areas for livestock and agriculture. Somalia is a gold mine. This is the time for us to invest. The opportunities are endless. Just to name a few, the strategic location. If we just invest in ports and develop them, we can serve all ship traffic going from east to west, as we're boarding the Indian Ocean, the Gulf of Aden, and further down the line, the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. If we serve the ships with just fuel and food, they save about 30 days in their journey because of our location. The GDP of any coastal country is usually 18 times greater than that of inland. The longest coastline in Africa, so just to invest in small jetties and vessels, we can transport goods and people from north to south, which is a much more cheaper alternative than building roads, which costs about $1 million per kilometer. We have, as mentioned before, abundant livestock, but there's a huge potential in processing the meats prior to export, which is completely untapped. We can invest in agriculture with more potential, they say, than Kenya, and we all know the importance of food security on a global scale. And we have untapped fishery potential. The estimated fishery, they say, is enough to feed all of China. So in conclusion, let us all work together, the public, the private, the international partners, to bring about real change, not just talk. Thank you.
Engineer Aguila, I think that it was worth waiting to hear from you. You really have been an inspiration this afternoon for all of us. If I may invite everybody to give you a second round of applause. Wow, this session could not have ended better. Before we turn to the next session, just to summarize what has happened so far, it's very, very clear that the government considers the private sector as the engine of growth. The private sector, as you've seen and heard, actively engages in really making things happen in the country while waiting for things to get better. But challenges do exist, as you've heard, talked about informality, high cost of business, access, and many other things that you've just heard. And we are very, very hopeful through this dialogue that we are really taking forward, we will be able to address a number of the issues that we've talked about. But the key thing that has happened is really the commitment of all the parties involved to have better lives, to really take Somalia to the next level. And thank you for that commitment. Now, to turn to the third phase of this conversation today, you'll be hearing from development partners, and we will begin with someone who's recently traveled to the place that matters most and have, I'm sure, a very unique perspective to share with us. I'm referring to Honorable Martin Herman, who is the State Secretary for Policy Development and the head of Denmark's Danida. You have the floor.
Thank you, Umar. Let me begin by saluting those entrepreneurs, those bankers, and those CEOs that we have here, and then also, of course, address ministers, colleagues, and friends. Now, let me begin by saying that I think today's event on accelerating Somalia's economic recovery is not only very important, but also very, very timely. I think what we have before us today are sort of two key assets that we need to harness. One we've had for a long time, another one is fairly new. The long-term asset we've had for some time is Somali people's well-known entrepreneurship. And the more recent one is the high hopes that have come in Somalia following the recent electoral process, the swift formation of a government that has set out some bold ambitions for Somalia. Now, as some of the first speakers mentioned, I think there was also sort of referral to the fact that Somalia, of course, is also facing a very serious drought affecting over 50% of the population. Now, why am I raising this issue? It is to some extent because there is a relationship here. The prevention of the famine, of course, is an immediate priority for all of us, but I think it's important also here to pay tribute to how the Somali diaspora and how the Somalia private sector have contributed to actually alleviate the crisis. Denmark and the rest of the international community, of course, is also trying to do our part. and we must continue to do so with humanitarian assistance, but we must also look to long-term improvements in the livelihoods of the Somalis, because the importance of economic growth and the role of the private sector in building resilience cannot be overstated, for building that resilience which is needed for Somalia to handle the situation the next time a drought comes around. Now, on today's topic, let me begin by saying that I think what we are witnessing is the beginning of a stronger partnership between the public and private sector. You know, a beginning which is taking place through a dialogue that is expected to establish the rules, the regulations, the insurances, and the rule of law that several have alluded here today that are needed to set the tone for further investments. Both, and I think perhaps most importantly, from the Somali community, but also from international investors in a transparent and competitive manner. Now, this is not, and I think we all recognize this is not going to be easy, and I want to acknowledge the difficulties ahead and say that we are committed to meet them together with you. The difficulties that means harmonizing, on the one hand, the need for revenue collection for the government, and on the other hand, promoting the growth that is required to expand businesses and create small and medium enterprises. Now, I suppose it would be fair to say that over the past 25 to 27 years, the public and the private sectors have not necessarily been on good terms for many, many different reasons, and attempts to regulate the private, it's not mine, regulate the private sector have not been fruitful. But I think what we see in the new Somalia is that the right conditions are now there for realization of a genuine public-private partnership that will pave the way towards peace and stability, good governance, and most importantly, economic growth. So I want to say that we are at the beginning of a new journey, and we are encouraged to see some of the results that have already emerged from this Somali public-private dialogue process, such as, for instance, the Communication Act. And I was encouraged to hear the President this morning set out a number of visions that not only seem to have a very good focus, but also seem realistically achievable. More importantly, and perhaps this is my main message, it is extremely encouraging to see that this internal Somali dialogue is creating solutions for Somalia. Now, as Umar hinted at, I had the opportunity to visit what this is all about, Somalia, and I had discussions with a number of you in Mogadishu, in Hargeisa, and Nairobi, and I can tell you that further contributed to my understanding on how a transition from what I suppose is essentially a donor funding to more indigenous funding can possibly be achieved, and why it is so critical with private sector development. Now, as I said, I think it's clear that this new era of public-private partnerships will require tough efforts, compromises, and vigorous leaderships, and, as Nasri alluded to, also sort of a sense of shared vision amongst public and private actors. And I think today's event and the high-level meeting tomorrow are very, very needed steps in this direction. Now, looking ahead, I would like to stress and emphasize that Denmark and, along with the rest of the international community, are actively supporting the public-private dialogue process as part, and we see that as an integral part of our commitment to stabilization, democratization, and sustainable development in Somalia. Denmark is ready to share our experience in the renewable energy sector, although solar may not exactly be the area where we have the most expertise, and we look forward to helping Somalia reach the full potential that you have. And today I'm pleased to announce that Denmark has decided to support a newly created IFC Development Trust Fund with $1.7 million to help scale up private sector pilot projects in Somalia. Now, as a final remark, and that is perhaps as much to myself as to other development partners, I think it's important that Somalia's economic recovery must be fully owned by the Somali people. Somalia investment capacity is significant, and Somali investors have been punching above their weight for 2 decades, if not more, and we deserve to give them recognition, protection, and support. Now, we as development partners, be we bilateral or multilateral, must carefully consider our role. Now, I think we can play a part in helping to create the space for private sector, but we should be careful that we then don't end up occupying that space. No? We must enable, not attempt to control. And it is my hope that that is part of the commitment that development partners can make here today to help, assist, but don't occupy the space which is already taken up by Somali private sector. We need to help the government and the private sector move forward and make sure that this conference is a milestone in that respect, that we recognize the key role that the private sector has to play, the key role that government has to play, but also the different roles they have to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, for the words of wisdom and for really walking the talk. I think there is no better way to learn than going underground and seeing what is really happening. And thank you for that. I would like now to turn to another institution that is really making a difference on the ground. That's the African Development Bank. So my neighbor, Senegato, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. And let me, on behalf of the African Development Bank, also thank the organizers for hosting this event. But I also join the previous speakers in saluting the private sector and diaspora representatives here today. After hearing Engineer Eid make a presentation, it's very difficult not to be appreciative of the private sector. Somalia is endowed with entrepreneurs who have been able to flourish in a stateless, conflict-ridden economy for a long time. And the private sector has been the primary major bulwark in mitigating the devastating effect of war and drought through the last 2 decades. Throughout the years of conflict, Somalia's resilient and vibrant private sector helped maintain economic activity through the provision of money transfers, infrastructure finance, and telecommunication services. As a result, today we find the Somali economy in a better position than it might have been. Chairman, today we are here to officially launch the Public-Private Cooperation Agreement and the Somali Public-Private Dialogue Forum. This is the start of an open dialogue between the government of Somalia, the private sector, and the diaspora, as well as the development partners. A discussion which you will agree is long overdue. We wish to sincerely thank all those who have worked hard to lay the foundation for this cooperation agreement. The African Development Bank is delighted to be a part of this agreement. Accelerating Somalia's economic recovery is a key step in delivering a better future for all Somalis, but also to the wider political and stabilization agenda. A very important part of economic recovery is the rapid rehabilitation and development of infrastructure. The significance of improved infrastructure to the socio-economic development as a whole, its contribution to the development of the private sector, and in attracting much-needed investment to the economy is known to all of us. For this reason, the African Development Bank is delighted that a key pillar of Somalia's new national development plan is focused on restoring strategic infrastructure. While assistance is required in all sectors of the Somali economy, infrastructure is particularly important as it is the foundation of all productive and social activities. Thus, the efficient and effective mobilization of development assistance targeting the rehabilitation and development of Somalia's energy, transport, ICT, and water and sanitation sector is rightly placed as a top priority. In this regard, the African Development Bank is glad to play a lead role in mobilizing and channeling resources for the development of strategic infrastructure through the ADB-managed multi-donor Somalia Infrastructure Fund. Furthermore, the bank is also pleased that the core projects under the National Development Program infrastructure pillar are the same ones included in the pipeline developed by the Somalia Infrastructure Fund. This pipeline was prepared with the federal government, the federal member states, and endorsed in November last year by the Somalia Development and Reconstruction Facility Steering Committee. I have here today a final copy of this report and will be happy to provide details on the projects across all sectors and also across the different federal member states. Since the establishment of the Trust Fund, much progress has been made in operationalizing the delivery of projects under the fund. In this regard, I'm pleased to report that the first two projects in the public works and water sector, worth $20 million, are proceeding on target. Also, the bank is finalizing preparation of additional projects in transport, energy, and water sectors, as well as to develop the institutional capacity and to refurbish infrastructure-related vocational trainings. All of these priority projects in the infrastructure sector will require working closely with the private sectors, such as Engineer Agil and Mahmoud, who spoke before. The Chairman, this is indeed an ambitious agenda, but one that's attainable with the strong support of development partners and the engagement of the private sector. For this region, the President and the staff of the African Development Bank are working closely with the federal government of Somalia to mobilize the required financing for the Somalia Infrastructure Trust Fund. In this regard, the African Development Bank expects to commit about $50 million from internal resources over the next few years to help deliver the infrastructure projects currently under preparation. This amount is in addition to the bank's ongoing portfolio, which is already working towards building resilience through infrastructure development, institution building, and skills for youth. At this point, I would also like to take the opportunity to recognize with thanks the development partners that have made initial contribution to the Somalia Infrastructure Fund, including the UK, the Islamic Development Bank, and Italy. We also welcome the strong interest from other partners, particularly the EU and the NEPAD Infrastructure Project Preparation Facility. Chairman, you will agree with me that regardless of the funds that donors will bring to infrastructure development in Somalia, there will still be a serious funding gap because infrastructure requires a scale of financing beyond the capacity of development partners around this table. It is for this reason that the African Development Bank strongly supports the effort of the government of Somalia to clear Somalia's arrears and secure comprehensive debt relief through the HIPC initiative. This is key for the country to gain access to concessional finance from both bilateral and multilateral partners, as well as potential private sector financiers. I wish to conclude by stressing that the African Development Bank remains strongly committed to participating in the public-private dialogue forum and to enable successful implementation of the vision and strategy laid out in the public-private cooperation agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gabriel, and to the African Development Bank for being an institution that is really, really making a difference in Africa. And I will now turn to my former employer, remarks by Cheryl Anderson, who is the Acting Assistant Administrator for Africa for USAID. You have the floor.
Thank you. It's my honor to be here today representing the United States government. I will keep my remarks very brief in support of the Somali government's economic reform agenda. As articulated in Somalia's National Development Plan and reinforced today by President Farmajo, the main goal right now is to advance and accelerate economic recovery, particularly in the face of drought, potential famine, and other negative economic pressures. To that end, we commend the Somali government for prioritizing economic development as central to building a strong Somalia and for promoting a more transparent public-private dialogue process. The United States also commends the private sector for its partnership with the Somali government in implementing key legislation, such as the Communications Act, the Company Law, and finance and energy laws and regulations. I think we all know and appreciate that Somali entrepreneurship reaches around the world, including in the United States, and it will play a crucial role in building the economy and in building resilience of Somalia to deal with future and current droughts. We're very pleased to see the commitment of the private sector to invest in the future of Somalia, and that's highlighted by the presence of so many private sector partners here today. We're really seeing what President Farmajo mentioned earlier, a glimpse of the potential of Somalia. The United States government aligns its support with Somalia's key economic development priorities as outlined in the National Development Plan, both through the World Bank and IMF, also through complementary bilateral support. We support the efforts of the IFC to catalyze public-private dialogue, to improve the environment for doing business, and to lay the foundation for private sector-led growth, building on the momentum of this past year. These agreements reached between the private sector and the government represent a foundational step forward and will solidify Somalia's state building and accelerate economic recovery. And we encourage both sides to hold each other accountable for implementation. As we all know, a growing economy creates jobs, hope, and opportunities for women and men, and particularly youth, to participate in the economic recovery and future development of their country. Thank you.
Thank you very much to USAID and the support of the United States government. I will now turn to Ambassador Sedat Onal, Deputy Undersecretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Government of Turkey. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I also would like to thank the UK government for hosting us, for organizing this important conference. And I would like to greet our colleagues, participants from Somalia and from partner countries, as well as from international organizations. Turkey is a staunch friend and supporter of the people and the government of Somalia. And we remain committed to support Somalia in a multi-dimensional manner and in a sustainable manner. We think that these two elements are very important, that we cannot take one dimension in its isolation from the other parallel tracks, that there is an interlinkage and mutually reinforcing factor in everything, in terms of political and social recovery, as well as economic recovery, humanitarian assistance, combating terrorism, in all these. And as Turkey, we are trying to help where we think our help might matter. And in terms of economic recovery, we attach big importance to the adoption and implementation of National Development Plan. And in this plan, we think that it is important that the emphasis on agriculture, livestock, and fishing as key sectors in economic recovery. As Turkey, we are trying to help in this sector as well. The Turkish Cooperation and Development Agency is now carrying out a landmark project
about the rehabilitation of Shabelle River and renovation of the irrigation system in Jafar. We think that this project, once finished, will help build agricultural capacity, generate income for the local people, but at the same time enhance resilience against recurring droughts in Somalia. We are also trying to encourage Turkish business community to come and invest in Somalia. And we have seen sizable investments already. 2 Turkish companies are invested in and now running Mogadishu port and furthermore the international airport. We think that these projects, these investments matter in terms of facilitating trade, in terms of achieving connectivity with the rest of the world, and in terms of transportation. Turkey will continue to do what it can in a sustainable manner. And as a final word, I would like to say that I would like to reiterate our faith in Somalia, in its talented people, in its government, and call on all partners to exercise concerted efforts together in order to unleash the big potential and capacity that this country really possesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Many thanks to the government of Turkey. We will now turn to, I would say, one of the moments we were all waiting for, is to have the agreement that we've been talking about be officially signed between Honorable Minister on behalf of His Excellency, the President of Somalia. And then it's a signature between the government and the private sector represented by the Chamber of Commerce. And it's 2 signings, one in English and the other one in Somali. So you may proceed with the signing. So this is the, I think you will sign here first. And then you will exchange the document for countersigning so that we know it is actually signed. And then after that, Honorable Minister would like to share a few words with the audience. And then I will have to excuse myself. I am leaving, but you would be in very capable hand with my colleague, the other director, World Bank Group, who is going to be taking the proceedings to the next stage. So I think it would be good to take the and congratulations.
I'm going to just make it brief remarks. Honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the President and the Prime Minister and the Somali government as a whole, I want to thank you for your time and efforts in pledging commitment to this important partnership. This declaration is not just the effort of a single day, but the result of many consultations and discussions which have led to this broad and comprehensive set of commitments. And it must not stop here. Now the real work actually starts. From the government's perspective, we promise delivery and changing words into actions. We commit to owning this process and take full charge of the public-private dialogue, including chairing regular biannual meetings. I will ask the Public-Private Dialogue Secretariat to report back in 6 months, and we will have another public meeting to review progress, announce achievements, and make corrections wherever necessary. After we've made this formal commitment, private sector and government must do their part to organize themselves for the formal dialogue process. The private sector have organized themselves with the Secretariat. The government will be establishing a unit under the leadership of a senior official from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry to help organize the next forum and oversee the work of the working groups. We also ask that we are ambitious but realistic in our objectives. We're embarking on a huge endeavor, and we have the responsibility to our nation to move fast. Thank you to our development partners who have helped us get this far, particularly the World Bank Group, including the IFC, who have supported us through this public-private dialogue process. In particular, I must mention Fred, Laura, Abdurrashid, and thank them for their dedication and commitment. Bear with me, I think this is the best part, to be honest. To the private sectors that are also my fellow Somalian citizens, let us establish the economic foundation that will provide hope and prosperity for our great nation. Let us go down in history as the generation that turned into the country onto a growth path and succeeded in empowering our youth to stay hopeful and invest in a secure and prosperous Somalia. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much for these very concrete, tangible words of follow-up, and I think we definitely stand ready to support you in this endeavor. And thank you very much for recognizing the work of the many that have actually contributed to get us to this point. May I now ask Michael Keating, Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations, for his comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I feel that there isn't much to add except to say that I'm sorry I haven't been here throughout, but it's been a fantastic conversation, and I'm really impressed by the presence of so many very senior colleagues from the private sector as well as the international community. So thank you all very much for coming, and I know that there's been pre-meetings in which ideas have been exchanged, and so it's just great how seriously everybody has been taking this. I'm not going to repeat many of the points about the enormous potential of Somalia or the points about the political opportunity that we now face with this new government, and very impressed by the plans that have been set out, very concrete, very specific. It's just terrific. You know, obviously I can't help contrasting the excitement around what we're discussing here with the reality facing Somalis, which, if anything, has worsened in the last year. We're facing so many destitute people who once again are plunged into poverty and insecurity in the last year. We can't let it happen again. And the answer to stopping it from happening again is if there is a real partnership between the private sector and the public sector to generate jobs, to deliver the resources that result in security, that engage the population in productive and licit economic activity. We can crack this one. You know, we can crack it. And the real benefit, from my perspective, of a partnership is about preventing Somalis from ever having to lapse back into these shameful and humiliating conditions that the vast bulk of the population is currently facing. How do we capture the potential of the country? How do we capture the enormous entrepreneurship that is around this table? And how do we turn that into tangible results for the population? And we have a real chance to do it right now. Let's grab that opportunity. And I think that the public-private cooperation agreement is really a wonderful basis for moving forward, and that the notion that there will be 6 monthly, as it were, you know, honesty checks or keeping ourselves honest in terms of moving down this path. And I'm grateful to my colleagues in the international community, the international financial organizations, as well as colleagues from the donor community, the EU, the bilateral partners who are willing to facilitate this, to make it happen. So let me just end by saying I think this is very exciting. The real benefits, I hope, when I don't know if the Brits are planning to host another meeting in London in a few years' time, but I hope that by then we'll be able to show how a political settlement between the private sector and the government is resulting in real benefits for the population. And it's good for business, it's good for people, it's good for security, it's good for the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. And it sort of reminds me a little bit of the words of a Somali taxi driver who drove me yesterday night from Gatwick to London, who basically said, I hope that this meeting really lives up to its promise, because destiny is really something that we are looking forward to, and it better be a good one. So he really put a big weight on my shoulder, and I think this meeting really, I would say in many ways, overfulfilled it, because it has been such an historic and hopeful day. With that sort of final comment, maybe I can turn to our host now, Linda Cameron, Director General Country Programs at DFID, for a final closing comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Klaus. So what an honor to be able to close this fantastic event. I wanted to just start by joining my colleague in saying a thank you to everybody who's worked so hard to put this together. Also to our co-hosts, the World Bank and the IFC, and to the UN. Thank you very much indeed. But most of all, thank you to the Somali businessmen and businesswomen who have joined us today. It's been phenomenal to listen to the passion and determination that you've shown in resolving to work with the government in rebuilding the Somali economy. So thank you so much. I don't think anybody doubted the scale of the challenge, but it's lovely to have heard about the scale of the opportunity as well, and about the practical and realistic ways that we can take that forward. So as the President said at the beginning, we commit to driving private sector development, and as my Secretary of State said, let us all work towards making this the take-off moment for Somalia. So with that, I have pleasure to announce the close of this historic event and tell you the outcomes will be fed into the main day of the conference tomorrow, which some of you will also attend. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. So the final act for today, one of the final acts that I would like you all to participate in is there will be a photo in front of the blue public display at the stairs. So if we could all congregate there for a final historic picture. Thank you.